Oh, yeah, one more minute. Okay, here we go. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular council meeting. Today's Tuesday, September 16th, 2025, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And as you can see, we do have all city council members present, so we do have a quorum, and we also have our city attorney as well to my right. And it has just been an honor and a pleasure to have two Scout troops today. It was Boy Scout Troop 911 and American Heritage Girls Troop 1988, which this is the first time we've had an American Heritage Girls Troop ever at the City of Leon Valley, so we welcome you. We've had the Boy Scouts continuously because of the dedication of Forrest Campbell and his nurturing young men to become Eagle Scouts. So, as we always do, we want you all to please help us in leading the pledge. I wanted to introduce, though, the Boy Scout troop leader, Mark Nisi. There you, okay. And then the American Heritage Girls troop leader, Amy Hoffman. Amy, and again, thank you for nurturing these young future leaders of our community. We really appreciate it. So, if you'll please stand and if you'll lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Campbell, did you want to say something before?
Is this to be heard?
Yes, it is. It certainly is. That's the next. He can read my mind. Okay, so citizens to be heard is our next agenda item, and for the young boys and girls in the chambers, this is where we have anyone in our chambers that would like to come and address the council, and they just need to state their name and where they generally reside, and they have up to 3 minutes to speak. And so Mr. Forrest Campbell is our first speaker, and welcome. We're so glad you're here.
Well, thank you for everybody being here. It's not raining or snowing or anything like that. So the other thing is the city secretary took the requirements for citizenship in the community, and hopefully the committee has seen some of that stuff. So the boys go through a lot of work and everything to make Eagle. It's not just push a button, everything works. So, and the other thing is, since I've been here a couple of days, a couple of years, I would like to present the mayor, the city council, a plaque, Boy Scout Troop 911 certification appreciation presented to Mayor Chris Riley and the City Council of Leon Valley and the past mayors and city council members for hosting at Leon Valley City Council meetings and answering all the Scouts' questions about the city of Leon Valley. And the Heritage Girls did a lot of questioning too. So September 16, 2025. The Scoutmaster signed it, and the troop committee chairman signed it, and I signed it. So if...
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You're always so thoughtful. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. There you go.
Okay. You're welcome.
We'll see you, I'm sure, the next go-around. Yes, all right. Really appreciate it.
Next week.
Yes, all right. I also wanted to thank Counselor Beth Marsh. She joined me this afternoon and really added a lot of information to the young men and women in our chambers. So thank you so much for your additional comments. Okay, anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Oh, there's Mr. Blackmore. Okay. Good evening and welcome, Mr. Blackmore.
My name is Richard Blackmore. I live in the state of Texas. I'm a resident of Leon Valley. Now, we had two residents. I'm here to support our police officers. Now, we had two residents at the last meeting complain about our police officers doing their job, enforcing our ordinances. Well, I just want to say, when I was a young trooper, when I was working, if a car was parked more than 12 inches from the curb, they got a ticket. They blocked the sidewalk, they got a ticket. I have neighbors. I have a house 2 doors down from me, acts as a hotel. About once a month, I invite the two complainants to come down Forest Haven and see all the cars parked on both sides of the street. They're parked against the flow of traffic, which I used to give tickets to when I was a policeman, working as a policeman. And to remind the citizens, people are parking on the sidewalk. We have people in wheelchairs, walkers with canes that use our sidewalks. We're redoing all our sidewalks to be in compliance with the U.S. statutes. And one other thing going on, please come down to Leon Valley, down to Forest Oaks or Forest Haven on a Friday, Saturday night when all those cars are parked there. Only one car can get down through the street. If we had a fire in one of the houses or the apartment complex across the street from where I live, Chief Nault wouldn't be able to get his fire truck down the street. They also made a comment about our prior police chief. I want to say that was the best police chief we ever had in this city. Bar none. None even better than him. He did everything the council asked him to do. Now, they complained about our police department doing their jobs. When you have people where the laws and ordinances haven't been enforced for a long time, when it does happen, they're going to complain. Those people need to go to California, New York, where they don't enforce their laws, see how they would react to that. We need to enforce these rules and regulations. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
God bless the state of Texas, and God have mercy on Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blackmore. Appreciate those comments. All right, anyone else like to address the council at this time? Okay, seeing no one else, we'll go on to regular agenda item number 3.1. We'll go ahead and this has been, this particular agenda item was addressed in August, and then we put it on hold to expand notification to other residents on this issue of the antennae tower. And so we're back tonight with the presentation, and let's go ahead and do the presentation and get some input, and then the City Council will go into executive session to get attorney-client feedback. So let me read the agenda item. Regular Agenda 3.1, discussion and possible action on an ordinance approving a request for a specific use permit to allow construction and operation of a telecommunication antennae tower in a B3 commercial zoning district located at 6004 Grissom Road, and more specifically described as Lot 4, CB 5955, Leon Valley Ranches subdivision, and the first read was held on July 15th, 2025, and this is a continued discussion on August the 5th, 2025, and we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Thank you all very much. I didn't see them leaving. Bye, y'all. Take care. They've got to get home for homework, right? Okay, good to see. That was a lot of fun. That was really very challenging. But anyway, thank you, Melinda, for being here. And I knew we talked about it in August, but the first read was held on July 15th. You are correct on that. So if you'll continue it, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just wanted to also let the council know that since that last meeting, we did receive 3 letters in opposition from property owners. However, one of the property owners represents 5 of the properties, so in total it's 7 properties. Still does not meet the qualification for the 20% land area, so you do not need a supermajority to pass or deny or whatever.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And so the property is Zone B3 commercial. They want to construct a 160-foot high monopole tower with the related antennas and equipment in a 50 by 50 square fenced area. Total leased area is about 10,000 square feet. And it is allowed by right, or not by code, in the B3 commercial district. There is some additional regulations on this type of use, and I think y'all have seen that one last time. And here's where it's located, on Grissom Road at 6004. This gives you an aerial view. Back here is El Verde, up here is Grissom Road. This is the subject property. The property is basically surrounded by B3 commercial on the Grissom Road side with some B2 retail. To the rear, it's R1 single family being El Verde Road. The site right here. Master plan encourages promoting primarily retail uses with some multiple family dwelling. We've got apartments over there. Townhouse dwelling, which we don't have any. And garden home uses. We've got Shadow Mist down the street. The request is compatible with the city's master plan as long as the applicant maintains the minimum setbacks and separation requirements from adjacent residential uses. The tower has to comply with all the code requirements, including setbacks, fencing, signage, and lighting. A building permit would be required prior to construction. As we said, we mailed out, with the new distance of 1,000 feet, we mailed out 25 letters, and we did get, like I said, the 3 letters back, 3 property owners, representing 7 total properties. The development of this may increase ad valorem property taxes, and then mobile telecommunication services are subject to state and local sales tax based on the place of primary use. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the SUP with a 6-0 vote. That's all I have.
Okay.
The applicant is here, if y'all would like to speak with him.
Okay. All right. Everyone would like to hear from the applicant and his name, please. I'm sorry. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Andy Rotenstrike. I'm here on behalf of APC Towers and Verizon Wireless.
Okay.
You met Alex Novak last time.
Okay.
Alex was on his way here, but his plane got delayed and didn't make it.
Oh, okay.
So he and I were going to tag team here, but I think we're good to go if you guys are all right.
Sure.
I've got some handouts. Should I hand them to you?
Okay. And okay, so if you could kind of stay within 10 minutes max of your
I will, thank
presentation,
you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Andy Rotenstrike. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. We are proposing, as you have seen, a 160-foot monopole cell tower. So we're not proposing the big tower with the guide wires. We're not proposing the big 3-legged lattice structure. It's a single pole design, the least obtrusive design that we make in the industry. And we've also, I think, important to note, I think as Alex may have pointed out to you, that we are under 200 feet. We are going to be we're under 200 feet, so it will not be lit. The FAA requires that it be lit if it's above 200 feet and we're below that. I supplied via email to you yesterday, I believe, a copy of the FAA approval up to 164 feet. And so as long as we're 164 feet or less, the FAA has approved us. If we ever need, which we won't need to increase, we'll have to get FAA approval again. All right, so I wanted to share that with you because I know that issue came up. at your previous meeting. So this is really a coverage site, coverage need for Verizon Wireless to provide better coverage to its customers. Those customers are people that live and work and travel, and even, I'm not sure about Leon Valley, but several law enforcement and fire and other agencies use Verizon service for their communications needs. The first thing that we do when we look to need coverage for a carrier like Verizon is see if there's any existing towers where Verizon can just hang its equipment, its antennas. That's the quickest, cheapest, easiest way to go. Here we looked, and Alex showed that to you, and Crystal, that's in one of the handouts. I don't know.
Everything that you provide to us, I'll provide to them in executive session.
All right. Well, I have provided to Crystal, of which she'll provide you a copy, this document here, which shows circles, rings of how far out we looked, right? In order to get the coverage Verizon needs, we have to be in the area that needs the coverage. That's why we need the infrastructure there. We have a 1/4 mile search ring. Verizon says in order to get the coverage we need to fill our significant gap in coverage, we have to have a pole somewhere in this 1/4 to 1/2 mile area. 1/2 mile circumference, 1/4 mile radius. So there wasn't a tower already in existence there. We actually looked further out. There are 3 towers, I think as Alex mentioned to you, within a mile of where we are, or where we're proposing to go. In one location, behind the Starbucks Mall, Bandera Heights Mall, there are 2 towers. The problem is those towers are shorter. There's already carriers on there, so Verizon would be at the lowest space on those towers, and the available space is only at 105 feet and 50 feet, which doesn't get Verizon the coverage it needs. So we looked at that. That would have been a preference, but it wouldn't work from a technological standpoint. There's also another tower, I believe to the northwest, about 0.83 miles away. Again, same issue. The tower's already got carriers on it. Verizon would be the low person on the totem pole. That position did not give Verizon the coverage it needs to fill that significant gap in coverage in this area. So because there was no existing structure, our only alternative is to build a new structure. Now, this structure will be built to accommodate AT&T and T-Mobile when they decide that they need to increase their coverage in this area as well. They will not need to come to you and ask to build a second pole. They can co-locate on this pole underneath Verizon's equipment. We do that every day in the industry. I would expect that to happen at some point in the future. Another handout that Crystal will give you is some items I just pulled from the application that we submitted. It is a site map which shows in yellow our access drive on the property to the 100-foot by 100-foot square that the tower company, the applicant, is leasing from the landowner. That is the only area where the applicant has rights to this on this property, right? So you'll see a site map so you can see where we're going. You'll also see a diagram of the type of structure that we're proposing. Again, the single pole design, not the one with guide wires and the flashing lights on top, not the big fat 3-legged lattice tower. You'll also see some maps. These colored maps indicate the need for coverage for Verizon. So this is a before and after map of Verizon's coverage. The important thing I think to keep in mind and keep it simple is we're looking to get as much green in this picture as possible. There's some yellow in the area where we're proposing to go. That's where the coverage gap is. When we build this one pole in this one place, we cover a large area of the gap with one site. And that's what we're trying to do, build the fewest number of structures possible. So I want you to see the need for the coverage. You'll see an aerial map of the site, and I drew a green circle 160 feet out from the pole that we're proposing. I wanted you to see how we meet the setback requirements in the city ordinance. And also there was a question raised at the last meeting. Could we shift the pole to the south and get it further away from a couple of houses. The response to that from this standpoint is twofold. Number one, we would only be shifting it closer to other houses. And number two, in order to keep any residential structure, including the apartments, out of the fall zone area, the green circle, we could not move it south. We looked at that, but we wanted to make sure we were at least pole height away from any residential structure, as your ordinance requires. So that's why we were fairly limited on the spacing where we could put it on the property. Next, you have some photographs just of the property itself from Grissom Road. It's not far from here. I'm sure many of you have driven by it lately. The big issue here is that we meet your ordinance. We meet the federal requirements, we meet the state requirements, and we meet the local requirements. You guys provide a roadmap to us, which is the ordinance requirements and provisions that were put up there just a moment ago. When we first look to put a new pole in a new location, that is one of the first things we look at. What are the ground rules, right? What is it the city is requiring us to do? What are the city requirements? Then can we find a location with a willing landowner who's willing to lease us property that's constructible, right? Can we get to the property from the road? Is there a ravine or a cliff or something that we can't build over? And is it constructible on the property, right? Is the whole property already concrete or what have you? And do we meet the ordinance? That's the fourth issue. And in this case, we meet the ordinance. We have a willing landowner. It's constructible, and we can get access to it. That's how we ended up at this particular location. Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilor Orozco, go ahead.
I didn't mean to stop you, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
You had indicated earlier that you had seen the tape from the previous conversations.
Yes, sir.
And you have seen some of the concerns that the citizens have.
Yes.
As far as radiation.
Yes, sir.
And the danger setting. Obviously, you've been doing this for a while. If you can go ahead and enlighten us on that,
I will.
as far as the dangers of having that in your backyard or anyone in the surrounding area, sir.
All right. First of all, as Art will tell you, the federal government kind of takes the health issue off of the table for all of us, right? The federal statute specifically says local jurisdictions cannot consider health concerns when deciding on placement of towers. That's just the way the federal law reads. Second of all, there are over 200,000 towers right now in the United States. We are probably getting signal on your phone right now. And you've been getting it for years. And you still only have 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 nose. There is no negative health effects based on these cell phones being out since the early 90s. All right, we've been operating these things for over 30 years. And there is no known legitimate health effects related to cell towers. Secondly,
So was cancer one of the concerns that they had previously?
cancer was one of the concerns that we have seen raised. The American Cancer Society has a pamphlet out. I may have a copy of it. That came out a few years ago. The World Health Organization, I do have a copy of a publication they recently put out within the last year, specifically saying cell towers do not cause negative health effects. And I can leave a copy of that for the record.
It's okay, I'll look it up.
Okay. One of the other issues, again, was the FAA. Was this going to be an issue? That's why I presented in the email yesterday a copy of the FAA approval. That's in the packet that Crystal will hand to you and in the record. The other issue that was brought up was property values. There was a general concern about property values being negatively affected because this pole would be there. And, you know, it's a question that I think a lot of people have. The way you determine if there are negative property value effects due to a cell tower is you look at existing cell towers and you look to see the sales price of the homes next to that existing cell tower and whether they were negatively affected. So that's what we did. So you have in the record, which I emailed to you yesterday, Crystal has a few extra copies, where an MAI certified appraiser came to Bexar County, found numerous examples of cell towers next to subdivisions. Now, interesting to note, in all 4 examples that he put in his report, the cell tower was there before the subdivisions. The cell tower, the houses were built after the cell tower was there.
Okay.
He looked at the sale prices of the houses up against the cell tower, like on the street closest to, then looked at sale prices of the same houses in the same subdivision further away from the cell tower. And based on the sale prices, this is objective information, this public record, there was no negative property value effect.
Okay.
He also
you.
spoke to the realtors that were selling homes in those neighborhoods. They haven't had any issues and said there was no issue. He's also talked to the local appraisers who said there's no negative effects that they've seen from it.
Okay, very good. I believe your time is up,
Fine.
unless there's any other questions from my colleagues. And if we have any, I know we do have some residents here. If you have anything you'd like to add, I know one of the concerns was the adverse visual impact of the tower, and that's one of the considerations. And so,
So just to
You know.
respond now, first of all, this use, right, it's a pole, but there's no light, no noise, no dust, no odor, no fumes, and no traffic due to this use.
you just have to look at it. Okay,
Just have
gotcha.
to look at
All
it,
right.
and Art, I think will tell you,
Thank you.
there's some case law on that that says generalized concerns about aesthetics are not
Okay.
sufficient.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, Counselor Heil.
Can you tell us how close the nearest home is?
It's over 164 feet, I know that. I would estimate, based on the drawing that Crystal will hand out to you, that it's over 200 feet away, the nearest structure, nearest residential structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. All right. We are going to head into executive session, but I wanted to hear from any of the citizens. Do y'all want to hear from them before rather than after, I think, because we're going to go in and deliberate, I think. Yes, sir. And then Mr. Blackmore, and then whoever else. And if you'll remind me of your name, please.
My name's Christian.
That's
I live
right.
at 5801, just at the very bottom right there.
Yes, sir.
And he mentioned that they chose that location because it's going to be 164 feet away from all the residences, and they couldn't move it up to the front of the street on the 6,000 lot, which I know that the owner of 6004 also owns 6,000. They could put it right where your mouse is. And they say they wouldn't do that because the tower could fall on it. But I have the right to construct a secondary dwelling in the back of my property, according to my deed restrictions. So what if I was to build another house or a shed back there that's going to be close within the fall line of the tower? That's a concern I have, and
I have to.
I'm also concerned about interference with electronic equipment, not necessarily like health concerns, but like plugging in a guitar amp, for example, can pick up radio signals, and I've lived underneath a radio tower before, and if I plugged in my guitar, it was like I had to play acoustic. It was unplayable with my amp. And I know that one of my other neighbors, you can't see it on the map, but he's just below me there. He mentioned that he still has a antenna TV, and he was concerned about interference with that as well. And overall, I just don't want a big tower in my backyard, essentially. I mean, we already have the easement there. I mean, that's a separate issue, but yeah.
So you're the closest
I'm not
residents?
He's actually the closest.
Okay.
He's 5805.
Okay, 5805.
I'm right just down below that. And like I said, I have the right to construct another dwelling on the back of my property. I've looked at the deed restrictions, and that may fall within his 164-foot line, you know, and am I going to run into issues in the future if he builds the tower and then I'm not allowed to build there because it's within the fall line, you know?
I gotcha. Okay. Thank you so much, Kristen. Do appreciate those comments. Yes. Melinda and then Mr. Blackmore. She wanted to respond.
For that question right there, if he was to build an accessory building in the back, That would make the tower non-conforming. It would not make it illegal for him to build a structure there. He is allowed to build a structure on his property regardless of where that tower is. There was a billboard on the lot next to 6004 before. It has since been removed, but that one was taller than this monopole.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blackmore?
My name is Blackmore. I'm a resident of the state of Texas. I gather this is going to be right behind Valverde Street. Am I correct? Is the gentleman aware of the history of this area, particular area? The aircraft that crashed right here around this, our city hall, or the airport down the street from Grissom? I also ask, who did the survey? Did your company do the survey, sir? Or did the government do the survey on this radiation? One other thing is, why would you want to put it there when we got towers over here right off Evers where their power plants are located at? Guess he's not going to answer me.
Can't answer you.
You can't hear?
No, he can't. This is for you to provide comment to the council. There is no back and forth.
Right.
All right, fine and dandy. Y'all have a good day.
Yes, Mr. Hody. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Hody, and I do live on El Verde Road. So just a couple things here. Talking about meeting the requirements, all the requirements put forth by the city, except the fact that it's going to be immediately next to residential properties, R1 properties. That's really not being a good neighbor as far as I'm concerned from the property owners there on Grissom. And I've read a lot about the potential health concerns. And so let's just drop whether it is or not truly a problem. But what about the perceived effects from a potential buyer from a property on the road? Maybe that, no matter what, we hear about this all the time, radio frequencies, and I don't know one way or the other, but people will probably think that when they're, oh shoot, there's a cell phone tower. We've got high transmission wires across the street from us. That was there. I get that. When I bought the house, it was there. I knew it was there. No problem. But talking about these studies, I looked up a lot online, and it says that studies have shown that proximity to a cell tower can lower property values from anywhere from 5 to 25%. And then I've got about a half a dozen studies listed here that I could go through. 7.6%, Journal of Real Estate Finance and Economics, anywhere from 2.46 to 9.78 for homes within tower visibility range. National Business Post, in some areas with new towers, property values have decreased by up to 20%. A survey by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy found that 94% of its respondents said cell towers and antennas in a neighborhood or on a building would impact how interested they would be in a property and how much they would pay for it. And of those respondents, a fully 79% of those said that they would not, under any circumstances, buy or rent a property within a few blocks of one. HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development guidelines, categorize cell towers under hazards and nuisances. And HUD requires its certified appraisers to take the presence of nearby cell towers into consideration when determining the value of single-family residential properties. So I believe that the placement of cell towers near residences will have a negative impact on the property values due to the unsightliness of these installations, not to mention buyers' perceived concerns about the threat of health.
Okay.
Like
Thank
I
you,
mentioned
Mr.
at the
Hody. Do
beginning.
appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Barrera. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Mr. Barrera. I live on Alverde Road. And
Mr. Barrera, could you move your mic just down just a little? There you go. Great, so we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Much better.
okay, this all concerns the cell towers. Okay. Although no set distance has been set, some experts and organizations suggest a precautionary distance of 1,320 feet, which is a quarter of a mile, to limit exposure and maximize potential health effects. By these, they mean radiation frequency, which is what somebody mentioned a while ago. I also looked at towers around San Antonio and Leon Valley and found that there are no towers in and around residential areas. There's none. The other concern is that cell towers are prone to lightning, making it not only a bad omen for the tower, but lightning strikes could possibly strike within close proximity, which was drawn by the cell tower and possibly start a fire, and could possibly burn some of our properties, which were so close to it. The other concern the surrounding property owners have is that cell towers demand maintenance at any time of the day or night. Consequently, if it goes down in the middle of the night, a crew will have to come out with generators, strong lights, and pretty much loud noise, which they, while they conduct their work. I hope that our city government will do what's right for our community and its residents and businesses that will be affected if it's approved. And you're probably wondering why the word business, because I don't know if y'all sent letters out to them or not, which you should have, because it will affect anybody that uses electronic equipment on automobiles to do diagnostic testing. And like I said, you don't see cell towers in and around even businesses or residential. Why we're trying to do it here, I don't understand it. I really don't. I mean, if I were up there, it wouldn't have come this far. I would have stopped it. I would have looked into it. I'd have done my homework. And another question I have to ask, just one question. This picture's up here. When were they brought to the city council? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, the first we got it was July 15th, but it went to the planning and
This one's
zoning
here
first.
tonight?
The first time we saw it was July 15th, but before it came to us, it went to the planning and zoning, and
Okay.
they approved it 6-0.
So y'all approved it?
No, we didn't approve it. We're
Okay.
going to, this is
I
our,
tried to bring something and I was told that y'all had to approve it. There's something wrong here.
well,
Y'all need to look at that, please, okay?
we do have to vote on it tonight. We haven't done it
No, no.
yet, but we have
I
to,
looked into it about a week ago, and they told me that I had to get approval from y'all. I had to present it to y'all, and y'all had to approve it before I can do something like this.
I'm
See,
confused.
that's not right.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I
he's
don't,
talking about.
I don't know either.
It was a city manager.
No, but what are you speaking of?
I asked you about it.
Ask
I told
me-
you I want to take a photo of some that are out there
Right.
to show here so people could see what we're
Oh,
talking
yes,
Oh.
and so, yes, then they would have to approve it for you to show it this evening.
about. I mean,
I told you to email it to me or Melinda.
I just heard that he didn't do it.
No, not him. I said if you want to. Oh, I'm not gonna ask an applicant to do that. I said if you,
Company
This is,
able to do
Yeah,
this.
it-
and
this
you're
is a
not
city
able to do
photo.
Yeah.
it.
This is a
this
city
is
presentation.
This is a city photo, that's a city photo. But you asked if whether or not you could show pictures, and I said, yes, the council would have to approve it, but you would have to email me those pictures.
Aerial view.
Yeah, that's the aerial view.
That's all I was gonna do.
Oh, that's the aerial view, right there.
You told me no.
No, I said if you,
Don't have anything. Neither one of us has anything like that.
yeah, if
But
you,
that's fine, I mean, that's
Okay.
fine, we're okay.
Okay.
I understand it now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barrero. Yes, Mr. Yarnell. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a couple of issues. As I remember, during the zoning commission meeting, there were 16 notifications sent out and no responses. And the issue came to the council and you decided to expand the area. Now, tonight, we see that it was expanded to 1,000 people?
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet, okay. And now we have 25 responses.
No, you have 5 responses
Well,
that,
I thought it said 25, no?
no.
But did,
It was 3 owners. 3 owners responded. 25 letters were
25
sent.
letters, oh, okay, okay. My question is, I'm not sure that these citizens are receiving this information. We had nobody show up at the zoning commission meeting, and based on what I know about the people on Alberti Road, excuse me, I figured they'd be here. Well, it turns out they're saying they didn't get a notification. I've had a conversation with Dr. Crystal. There's an issue with notification. Now, I don't know if tonight's the time to talk about that, or we
Well,
should bring it up.
that
or
was
something.
the issue in August because we realized the neighbors came and they said they didn't get notice, and that's why we stopped it and we said, let's expand the notification, and we put it on for this evening's
Right.
meeting, so we'd have plenty of time.
Yeah, but you didn't get very much response here on tonight.
I can't tell you why or why not. I
Is
mean,
there
we
any
just-
way that we can do a test notification to addresses we know, like to come back to City Hall, or go to the library, or maybe send them out at different?
We've done that.
Dr. Crystal said they've tried Helotis. Maybe
Yeah.
take them, all the notifications over to the medical center. Something's going on here that these people, the citizens are not getting notices.
They did receive their notice. From the people that I've spoke to, received their notice.
Okay, I'm going on what is said tonight.
And so,
Okay,
Even the second time.
okay.
yeah, we mail it out. I've got confirmation that it was mailed out. We also put it in the e-news. We've put it, on
Well,
social media. I mean, we do above and beyond our required notices. I don't know. I mean, I'm not delivering the mail. They're not required to be certified letters, so I'm not getting signatures back. We're required to mail. We have mailed them out, verified mailed them out.
Okay.
So, I mean, whether,
Well,
but
I don't doubt that you mailed them. That's not
right.
my question.
But the complaint would be the U.S. Postal Service. I'm not, yeah.
But we had also the water bills didn't get
right,
received.
right.
So there's an issue here somewhere that we need to look into, and rather than
We
just
have-
saying, well, it's not our fault.
No. We've sent out notifications to the postmaster and to each of the postal,
Districts or whatever.
the post offices that service Leon Valley. So we've sent a letter asking them, to please respond. And so we haven't heard a response back, but we have been addressing that with the U.S. Postal Service.
Well, could we try to maybe send some of our notices?
We've
Another
gone
week?
all the way to Helotis. I've gone all the way to, I've had different staff people drop off at different locations. So
And
I
you're getting
can't.
the same result?
It's not necessarily the same result. It just, some people say they get it, some people say they don't. I can't help that. The other thing is like, if you're like me, I get a bulk, most of my stuff is auto draft. So I get my mail from my post office and chunk it. Some people don't go through their mail very diligently. We had that with the water rates. We sent out postcards and people said they didn't get it, and then people said, oh, never mind, I found it. And so, I mean,
I understand. It seems to be an indication that there's something wrong with people receiving notifications that we're sending out, and I think maybe we ought to have another look at it or
Yeah,
something.
that's probably another issue.
Yes,
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
there's nothing,
we are here tonight to try to discuss this and
Ask if
make
this is the issue for tonight, and we
Yeah.
went through the conversation.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. Yes. Hi, Mr. Bradshaw. How are you this evening? Good to see you.
I'm well.
Good.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Uh-huh.
Will Bradshaw, Monte Robles.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to make a few comments on this agenda item. Some of you may not know, I worked for a cellular company, cellular network company that built the towers, build the radio equipment for 15 years here in San Antonio. It's called Aviat Networks. And, there's been, I just did a quick search AI because there's been some discussion brought up. The health effects of cell towers have been extensively studied, with the majority of research indicating that they do not pose a significant health risk. And some numerous studies have investigated the health effects of cell tower radiation, including large-scale epidemiological studies, laboratory experiments, and meta-analysis. These studies have found no consistent evidence that cell towers cause cancer, neurological problems, or
No,
other
sir.
health issues.
He's going to have his 3 minutes.
Leading agencies, including leading international health agencies such as the World Health Organization, WHO, and the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, have concluded there is no convincing evidence that cell tower radiation poses a health risk. And yes, I do live in Monte Robles Park, which is right next to the water tower, which also has antenna equipments on it. I don't know if they're 5G, LTE, I don't know what they are, but they are the same technology. And it's really interesting that if you look into the RF frequencies that, the FCC has to license these bands, and, this one that's miles away can only talk to this one, with the other interference. It's like it recognizes the frequency that it's broadcast on, and they transmit with each other. And then there's redundancy. If you're on a call, sometimes you're driving, driving through the state on I-10 or whatever, if you're on your cell phone or your phone or your car, it's bouncing from one tower to the next, and it's gotten so good that you don't even notice when it switches. You can't tell that it switched towers. You don't hear it. Every once in a while, people drop calls, right? And usually that's where you're out somewhere where there's no redundancy or there's so much traffic that it can't handle it. But generally, there's redundancy. It'll switch the call if it does drop, and it picks up the next thing, and you don't even notice it. So the technology is really interesting. The studies have been done. They do laboratory testing. They do tons of stuff. So I just wanted to share.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Appreciate that. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. And if you'll please state your name, and I believe you reside on El Verde Road, sir, 5805?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
your name,
Billy
please?
Jones.
Billy Jones. Hi, Mr.
Yeah,
Jones.
Good at public speaking. But I know a lot of our structures are within the 164 feet, so I mean, we don't live in them, but we have property right there. I mean, that's part of a property. And if it falls over, like you said, lightning, fires, then a lot of the valuables can be destroyed. And it also concerns me, the wording on the structure can only be 164 feet now. If we approve it, later on, they can get it higher if they go to the FFA. We're not going to be involved in that, what it sounded like to me. And then also the gentleman just came up, said no major or majority of people didn't get big health issues, but that doesn't mean no one got health issues. So it's a lot of the wording that worries me. And maybe I threw the letter away. I didn't get I just got told by the neighbor today. So I didn't get prepared for anything like this. But I'm against it, I guess.
Okay.
I'm worried about it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Mr. Mata, we usually don't have a second go around on the, yeah. So, yeah.
Something just occurred to me that I didn't think of.
Yeah, I know. Good evening, Mr. Mata, and welcome.
Eric Mata. Just a short point. I think it's interesting to note how you as our elected body pick and choose when you want to follow ordinances. I don't really have a dog in this fight, but something for you guys to consider. It's apparent to the citizens. You pick and choose what you decide to support and not, when it's a matter of an ordinance. So keep that in mind when voting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mata. All right. If there's no one else that is going to speak, then we'll move into executive session. You sure can. You sure can. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's fine. Okay. So let me read. We have actually 2 executive session items, and so I'm hoping that we'll be back within, a reasonable amount of time. And anyway, we'll play it by ear because I don't want to keep y'all sitting out here because we will reconvene into executive session and then take action on the tower issue, because the second issue, we actually have an agenda item under the regular agenda, so we can wait for that. So anyway, so please bear with us as we're in executive session getting attorney-client communication. So at approximately 6:49, let me read the agenda item. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss two issues. Number one, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney regarding regular agenda item 3.1, which we've just been discussing. Agenda item number 4.2, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations regarding an agreement with Synergy Brothers LLC. So at 6:50, we will move to executive session and stand in recess.
They've got, they closed the base down, there's still water tanks going over.
Used to be the old whack.
I understood there's still parts there. That base. Arkansas.
Probably, yeah, I just fishing with a buddy. Going fishing there and not.
Logan Mark. It's not hard.
We have right now, talking about one. Hell, there. I wish you luck. Sure. Air Force. Was it 1952 when they started Leon Valley? Yeah, 1952. But one of the, we used to have an airport right down in Bristol. This is a flight line, main flight line. Kept in the lack, or whatever you want to call it. We had a plane that crashed. There's a little monument out here in front to the guy said he had to school right down the street. Actually, somewhere got a lot like nothing gets right. I don't know, so I have on cell phone 17, 18 years. I got tired of people trying to track me all the time. And I don't text and I don't email nobody. I don't want to learn. Somebody sends me. You sound like a coach up there. Yeah, when they send me an email, my wife, she let me know and I'll pick up the phone and call them.
I'm still like, if I email after I try to do it.
I went to a 5-star restaurant in Miami a few years ago. All my cousins were sitting around the table. 5-star restaurant. They asked me, why don't you get a silver? I said, look look at this table, every one of y'all look at your phone. And look around in this restaurant, this is a five-star restaurant. Everyone in that restaurant can stay on the phone.
You can't get a reservation without
I'm thinking about getting one.
Go back to that restaurant.
They're all. Everybody having one. Potatoes, one Mexican. Papados.
We got a Papados department, and I know Papacitos is the chain. Papacitos here is good. Oh, yeah.
You all enjoy having people across the street? Because you was there one time. I just didn't know. So you always had someone in front of you, right?
Here.
Now, we got, I give you all the barbecue.
Make that way, you can walk in, you want to run out of here.
Well, I know.
I got next to it. It is.
But was that because of
But we do pork, and chicken, so we got a place that started.
That was before I got involved.
Sauce, dip in the chicken, and brisket here, just none better.
I've been stationed in Omaha, Florida, South Florida, North Florida.
Was the city manager
in the airport? That's David, though.
Yeah, so I was on the bird.
Basically, 3 years. Our son's one of our sons. No, he's off the payroll.
the fire chief?
Nothing wrong with that either.
Representing.
That's one of the reasons I got that college.
He was on council. Okay. He was on council.
The only reason I got contact the Marine. I don't want to bring it to $2.
Yeah.
That's 22 people.
I asked
45 years.
I said, you can't be a.
Mr. Morales.
And back then, even if they're correct.
All parents teach you by a year. I was 3 years old.
Ford, so we have Ford Rucker. It's a helicopter.
Yeah.
It's an orange.
One of those neighborhoods by the park.
I stationed Tyndall.
Right. So Tyndall's helicopter.
Teaching how to
Counted as more than one person.
fire their weapons system there.
Well, one of his property.
It's a lot of smart.
The next one over.
Pulling drones, on the aircraft, that sort of thing. It was Dolphin. It was Dolphin. Just a little coaches in there, it's in, for whatever reason, with beach and all that. It ain't nothing better than Eglin, Kendall Airport Place, beaches.
You got a hunt seafood and nothing for the seafood.
But barbecue,
Yeah.
I love it. Barbecue's different.
We didn't get ours, my wife was asking, she said, what are
Up north, you know, it's like Miami,
We didn't get it, but it's automatic.
North Carolina. And they're big on the pulled pork.
Yeah, well, and
That's
the
their
vinegars, I don't like the vinegar sauce. It's like a mustard vinegar.
Well, you got the dry rub, you got wet rub, whatever you want to call
Okay,
it.
it's too much meat. I mean, I like a good sauce, I like a good tomato. Tomato paste, right?
They stopped that a long time ago.
Next to the restaurant, you got Bucky Tacos down the street here. Put on pretty good right there. You got Nika's. Airport,
Oh, yeah, right, no, we're making a phone call.
What's Sam's, Walmart. Pretty good place to work.
I mean, I had a flip phone.
We got a number of different places.
flip phones in our car.
No matter how we're getting
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They also have a plain seafood. All the restaurants.
Also, on the property next door. We never got it.
Always a good place.
Well served, but the beach is correct. Well, Brandon was the one before, but he went. Oh, yes. She was, I know, like, she represented, very simple, and, Southwest ones, she said, decisions made here.
I've driven that area so many times, like 9, 10, all the way up to 95, North Carolina. Especially Washington, D.C. when I first started my career. That's the thing, too.
Well, I told her, I said, enough said.
I had a 4-year control tour and ended up Chief Master Sergeant Air Force got me out of it, got me. That's where I want to be.
Some horsing around and Billy and all, you know. I just want to know how you make your man watch.
Time when I see, unless you grew up there. No, it's not. You learn all the things you see on TV and the news and all that. You find out. I mean, BS.
So our son Live was live on one learning or live learning. He actually come see us. So he just comes on the plane, had a seat, you don't pay for it. He ends up flying, he works at Delta, he ends up on an American, like Ronald Reagan Airport. And he's sitting in the back of the plane, he sits next to second time. Who's now running for governor. He said that was prediction.
I remember those days. George, Walter, running for president.
Yeah.
Hey, he got shot. I was going to go down.
Whatever it takes to get up to the top of the mountain, make a decision.
And some came up Maryland. They had something set up on a strip mall or something.
So it's up in DC area.
Yeah.
That's all. I think it was probably that was an interesting, yeah. You weren't here last week. Segregation. One before that. Put him in the office after the fact. He changed his way.
Not only did he change his way.
He convinced them he changed his way.
She mentioned when they stopped all the.
People don't understand how things work. We talk about how bad things are right now. So you have civil rights going on. You had rights against the war going on. I mean, you had killed. Martin Luther gets shot. Robert Kennedy gets shot. Killed. All that stuff.
Yeah,
All those
exactly.
rights.
That's not a bad
That's how we learn. Yeah, it's through books.
The question would be, why are you doing that?
She says you don't have the money. Every time we question her, says, well, we don't have the money.
Huh?
If you're doing it on the weekend, it's not being done for free, where'd you get the money to do it? That would be the question. Why were you doing it during 5 days? There's probably not more work to be done.
With your tower in the back.
When I get on my radio? Why would you work on the weekend? You sure it's public radio?
But there's a lot of.
Yeah, those baseball players, the band. That explains a lot.
Those poor clarinet players. Clarinets are.
I sit there in the back of the porch, and they go over there, and I look at my watch.
I like to think I have a slam and I drive through these boats and pointed head son of a bitch. Come knock on my door someday. As far as I know, no. As much as I know.
They're all educated.
That's good.
I used to tell people, I said,
I wish I had kids. I really did. I'm married to two women. They had kids. I tried to get far.
And wire it into the house. I mean, you're just one thing, but, you right after the meeting in
Well, there's things that go on and you don't see.
And I'm thinking of doing everything
You and I
else.
see.
We're talking on the phone, we start walking in the house, and everybody's like,
Acoustic vibrations. And the only way
that
you
is
find
a
out.
warning, not one bar. And I'm going, so that's how they all come back, and the other one, you gotta handle one.
Regular tires, 3 tires. It's very technical,
So that was the only complaint I had about it. Well, we think it's supposed to be technology thrown in.
This land wasn't available.
Now, when they,
y'all are Sarkeesian. Yeah.
Well, one there, boy. There's Brian, we
Sure, no trouble.
There's Brian used to be.
So it's short for people.
And then Kevin.
I know he was in at A&M.
How you know they had lots of.
Oh boy, yours is really.
Not this one. He
He was Coach Alabama.
And right out the front. Yes.
You don't have much. He's still around.
well, we've got about 300.
Where am I from?
When was the last time you were? He lost his son down. But he lived into his 30s. Which is not
I got
The expensive law, get out.
For my 80th birthday.
Jewish person's wife is going up. That's good.
My brother for my 80th birthday.
I mean, just think of all the sports on the band there.
I've been to
No.
I've
You don't need yourself to find.
I said Philadelphia is New Year's Eve. Sarah, who's for 15 minutes.
I know, but what area? It's not mine, it's behind HEB. If you really look at it, got all these big houses.
What we're doing here.
What character start, was it being in the whole factor, or did you just have?
I don't know anything about the hill country. A lot of Germans who were there.
You don't even know what I
Yeah.
You know, Hodges are out there, is that what you're talking about?
That's the one in the street service called. Well, when it started out, it used to extend all the way down to the all the way over to Eden Park.
We're doing it in.
Somehow somebody
You're not gonna, you're having a party?
gave,
Yeah,
that was
well,
here,
we always do.
gave a large portion.
Party,
So how do you get rid of
the city.
stuff will be out.
So we got a shoot up map around that.
How they do it?
You look at.
He's invited me out.
West,
No,
north,
it
west,
wasn't.
downtown, all right?
Used to be considered the north side, San Antonio. Then the Roosters got involved in it.
Well,
That's where they go
that's
next.
promoters in that one stop.
Redesignated it northwest because we were considered the north side until you got to Cleveland. Now, it's on the west side.
Had Betty's costume last year. You're wearing different. I have no idea where you didn't go.
This whole area.
Well, that's in the.
Yeah,
That's everywhere. Business area,
So,
business.
do
Is that what you're talking about?
I mean,
Business.
San Antonio, and all around the city, you know,
They were going on mechanic shop, or whatever.
Yeah, I've been there.
People were going to Spain.
There's one at the Hollywood. And I would have to get another 4510 to put all the.
What did fell on it?
Always next city up. Got San Antonio, us, and the
There's one that would really, I
Both
think I
sides.
go to the Hollywood.
And they been Spanish.
There's one in there, there was one in there last year. And Alan and I tried to get it.
Changed.
If it's there this year, I'm going to buy it.
in town, there used to be.
Some people don't even know they're in there.
Listen.
They drive down Washington Road.
You have to prove to me it's you.
Let's get Birmingham.
There's, there were that time there were 4 people. And then it came up to be.
It's the way it used to be between here and Austin.
Yeah.
Between San Antonio and Austin.
You don't need 5
You
people.
leave city limits of San Antonio, you had a vast area of farmland before you got to New Braunfels. Go through New Braunfels, you had a vast area of farmland before you got to San Marcos. That's all where you said, all the way up.
Here's awesome.
All the way up, all the way up to Georgetown.
You don't need.
And also,
You're talking about supervisor, you're talking about.
No, it's not your business.
It all depends.
You're talking about when they had 4 people.
How you get the traffic on 35.
Supervisor was
Did about an hour.
Lieutenant Anderson had it.
Austin real quick.
Okay.
Now with all this traffic.
You wasn't coded
Oh,
for
we
it.
don't
Well, all
You had to get about 2 hours. Well, leaving San Antonio, going into Austin.
Okay, 60 miles.
We normally have 2 people.
Depends where you going in Austin.
For the job they take.
Where you start out in San Antonio.
One person per job, and we always come
combined
So
it
this was the
for one- with one
orchestra
person.
before.
It's nice.
The Buena Vista
Used to
Social
have all
Club.
kinds of
I saw their record.
German people try to conference their mornings.
Oh, God.
It's been done.
You know, it's,
Yeah, that's right. That's all you hear when you go to the wrong San Marcos.
German playing myself.
We're just about, it's like here in West Side San Antonio, go West Side San Antonio, what's Spanish? Farmers and farmers.
You know, you think those things that's great.
They seem to. No, I'm going to Spanish, get my foot. My grandmother, all my elbows.
Calvin was normally the guy with the
My grandmother was illegal waiter, I think, from Mexico.
Well, it's the size of all the codes, you didn't really know what you need.
All born on ranch, we had some ranches. They got equal pat, you got equal pat on one side. Now they're real one. In between, you got King County.
The place was,
King County,
everybody was all over.
Rackville's about 3 miles.
We were, Debbie and I were dancing for a while.
Their ranch was between the two places. One place had to go to church, was in Brackett.
And you go down there.
And that's how, back then, in those days, people raced back and forth all the time. The only thing I ever checked was cattle and sheep.
See the tower you see it back then?
Exactly. And
You're supposed to take the star in?
what they
No,
did,
it's in there.
oh,
You'll see it from the road.
my grandfather,
What road do you take? She went beside the next star in?
There used to be a gravel pit
That's
back
your
there.
code?
Okay.
I used to haul out that place.
the same thing happened with my mother, too, she was born in
Is
Brackett.
that why that road's there?
She didn't have birth certificate.
Did he play that live?
Because they didn't have it.
You won't see one.
And,
I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, you don't see
she
it.
was birth certificate, get her pet for the family.
We got them up here on the tower, water tower. Oh, they surrounded by homes.
The water tower?
Yes.
The water tower. No, you're not talking about the tower like this.
No, they're in the back.
You have another.
You're talking about above it.
Huh?
It's on top of the water tower, right?
It's all around the
I
tower.
would thought you would have been at the,
There's homes all around it.
September 11th.
Break it down real quick.
They can make a stop.
Thank Jesus every morning, when I wake up.
Like after September 11th.
Let you wake up.
That's it. Ask him to give me the rest of the day. Thank you for the,
Betty. Right.
what happened,
You look nice, I like your car. Very fancy.
Okay, if everyone can have their seat, we are reconvening into executive session at 7:19 on Tuesday, July the 16th. And I just want to make a note, we only took executive agenda item 4.1. We're going to put 4.2 at the end of the meeting, just because of time, and we didn't want y'all to have to be sitting here for another 30 or 40 minutes. So with that said, agenda item number 6, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. I'm going to ask our city attorney to please comment, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to first state that in executive session, I did advise y'all as to the requirements of the Telecommunications Act and the limitations it provides on municipal regulation. But I also want to read for y'all the requirements for approval of a specific use permit. And in order to approve a specific use permit, y'all must find that the permit will not adversely affect the character and appropriate use of the area or substantially depreciate the value of the adjacent and nearby properties for the use in accordance with the regulations of the zoning district in which they are located, that it will be in keeping with the spirit and intent of the article, that it will not adversely affect the implementation of the approved master plan, that it will comply with applicable standards of the district in which it is proposed to be located, and that it will not adversely affect traffic, public health, public utilities, public safety, and the general welfare of the city. I will also tell the council that today the applicant sent me some pictures of what are called stealth panels that go around the antenna portion to try to mask the antenna portion of the tower from public view. And I would invite the applicant to come up and indicate to the council whether he would be in agreement with placement of those stealth panels around the antenna.
Yes, sir. After we saw the comments from the last meeting, I went to the tower company, and they agreed that they would be willing to put those panels around the antennas to help hide the view of the antennas, to help the aesthetics.
And I did show council those pictures in executive session, and I will place them in the record for Dr. Caldera to include in the record of the proceeding today.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. With that said, what is the pleasure of the council on this agenda item? Yes, Councilor Mersch.
Given the information about the Telecommunications Act and following our Leon Valley ordinances, and with the stipulation that the stealth panels be provided for the satellite dishes or for the antenna, I move that we accept the, I move in favor of the specific use permit for this telecommunication tower.
Okay,
I'll
is there a
second it.
second? All right. We have a motion by Councilor Mersch and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the cell phone tower.
Your Honor, Mr.
SUP.
Mayor, yes, if we could just get the applicant, after the motion's been made, to also identify whether he was in agreement with the stealth panels.
We're in agreement with the conditions that were placed.
Okay. So to approve the SUP with the stipulation that he'll add stealth panels on the on the tanda. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any further discussion from the council? Okay. Dr. Cordero, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Council Place 1, Ms. Bolton?
No.
Council Place 2, Ms. Heil?
Yes.
Council Place 3, Mr. Campos?
Yes.
Council Place 4, Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
Council Place 5, Ms. Mersch?
Yes.
Okay, the motion does pass, 4 ayes and 1 nay. Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. All right. Then we'll move then to announcements. Let's see, where's okay, Mr. Barrera, I'm sorry, we can't have this conversation because we're got to move on.
How was that capable? Why did you all allow this? You might want out of the way.
Excuse me.
Him and the lawyer passing paperwork and, you know, going back and forth.
Mr. Barrera, I can't go into that. I don't think there's anything illegal about what they just did, so I know you don't like the outcome of this vote, but I'm sorry. It's just the decision of the council at this time, so thank you. All right. Let me make my announcements. All right. First of all, I'd like to again thank the Boy Scout Troop 911 and the American Heritage Girls Troop 1988 for a delightful afternoon with them, answering their questions about city government, and Councilwoman Mersch for attending as well and adding to the conversation. Thank you. I also wanted to welcome Michael Gallardo, our new Planning and Zoning Director. Thank you for being here. I think last time we were going to introduce you, but you weren't able to be here, so thank you for being here. And you come from Helotes, and we're looking forward to working with you, so thank you. I just wanted to, I don't know if many of you have heard about this, this coming Sunday, the 21st of September. It's called Sun, S-U-N-D-A-Y Sunday. It's one-day celebration of the sun's power and the clean, affordable energy future we can build together. And it's a free, open and public family event. It's from 11 to 3 at Alamo Community College Welcome Center, 222 North Alamo. It's where the old playland park used to be, right there. And anyway, former Mayor Ron Nirenberg, Rudy Garza, who's the CEO of CPS Energy, and David Martin Davies will have a public conversation about the solar power. And there'll be vendors from EV cars to solar power demos to solar innovations. And Texas also leads the nation in solar power. So please come. I didn't know about this until about a couple of weeks ago. I should have even announced it at Earthwise, and I didn't, so at our meeting. I also wanted just to remind people that I gave the announcement at the last meeting that there is that emergency preparedness workshop put on by the City of San Antonio on Saturday, September 27th from 8 to noon. And it's free, but you must register. And I have the phone number of Ashley Carter. I think I put it in the e-news as well when I last meeting. Tuesday, October 7th is National Night Out. Please consider hosting a community gathering on your block, 6 to 8 o'clock, and please register with the Leon Valley Police Department. The regular city council meeting has been canceled so that we can participate in National Night Out. And the next actual regular city council meeting will not be until Tuesday, October 21st at 6:30. So with that, that's all I have on my list for announcements. If anyone else has, Mr. Campos, you usually like to add to.
I just, Mayor, wanted to follow up on a citizen's concern about an open gate in the back of the Sierra Royale. It was brought to our attention, and I was following up on that, and Crystal has met with the apartment or that complex. I think it's a condo complex of some sort. Is that correct, Crystal, or is it a?
Yes. No, so we've been meeting with the property management company.
Okay, Altos, is that?
Altos is the name of the apartment, but y'all see the big sign Sierra Real, but it's Altos Apartments.
Okay. And they've got until the 19th of September to submit their plan and permit request. If not, they're going to be revoking their certificate of occupancy. And the resident who brought that to our attention has been made aware of all these updates as they've been going through the process. So thank you, Crystal, for that. I do want to let you know that there are our water mains. We've got the complete designs for the Pickering, Rincas, and Kinman. They'll be advertised a little later this month and possibly come back to us October the 21st. We have the same thing for sewer mains for Forest Brook, Forest Ridge, Forest Mill, Forest Knoll. And so we're making progress on the water and sewer items. I do want to point out that the fire department would like to remind all the residents that in the event of emergency, all the emergency responders must be able to see your address in front of your residence. And so please make sure they've got contrasting colors so that they can see that. And then I do want to acknowledge an accomplishment by the Assistant Fire Chief, Chris Willis, just completed the Fire Service Chief Executive Officers Training at Texas A&M University. And then lastly, please look at our website for our library programs. There's a whole host of things that are going on for this month. There's just a lot of programs. There are programs that are going on for Halloween. There's going to be a party on Saturday, October the 25th, a haunted house on the 21st, 23rd, 25th, 28th, 30th, and 31st at the library. And there's some other items, so please check their website. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll go to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Your city manager report was emailed, and it's also copies are available outside. You did introduce our new planning and zoning director, and the staff is excited to have him on. He is getting bombarded with all of our upcoming projects. Melinda Moritz, our Public Works Director, has officially submitted her letter of resignation effective January 16 of 2026. And so I will discuss with you what my plans are for that position at a later date. Let's see here. We did receive, so for the council, I sent y'all a text back in August letting y'all know of a possible abduction of a 14-year-old juvenile, and our police was able to find her. We received a commendation for the officers involved. The city that she was from, their police chief would like to thank Corporal Gregel for assisting and for his professionalism on that day, and they were able to have a positive outcome because of him. And so I would like to give a shout out to Corporal Grego. And then at the last meeting, I gave a shout out to the fire department for the swift water rescue. And in watching that video, our police officers that were on scene, Corporal Officer Jose Espinosa, Juan Rivera, and Brianna Gonzalez, they actually held the ladder for the fire department for them to go in. And so they were honorary firefighter employees that day, so I also wanted to thank them for their service. And then lastly, I do have on the agenda coffee topics, whether or not you wanted to add topics for the coffee in October, or whether or not y'all just wanted it to be open discussion. I know y'all have kind of been liking that format for residents just to come and kind of express any of their concerns. But if y'all have any topics that y'all would like to discuss at that meeting, to let the mayor know or myself, or but I just wanted to bring that up, so.
And let's give a deadline because we'll have to post.
Yes, so I would need
So
them by
what-
the first week of October.
Right, okay.
So if you do have topics for the
Just
coffee.
let us know.
But again, I think the residents have been very happy with the format of just coming and getting to know y'all and kind of just expressing the concerns that y'all have, so. Other than that, that concludes my city manager's report.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I was already looking at the next agenda item. Okay, the consent agenda. Agenda item 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. Is there anyone that wants to remove anything for discussion? I wanted to remove, actually, I just wanted to make a comment on the financial report. If we could just take that separately. I just have one thing I wanted to look at with y'all, and that's the red light camera tickets. And that's the only thing I'd like to pull, but is there anybody else that would like to pull anything else? Okay, may I have a motion to approve 9.1, 2, and 4?
I so move.
Second.
And we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve 9.1, 9.2, and 9.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Now, just on the financial report, I wanted to make a note that on short-term rentals, I was really surprised to see that we've already collected $37,041 on short-term rentals. I remember last year it was like $5,000 or something, so that kind of surprised me. But the manager and I talked last week on the red light camera tickets, just that one there, and I just was really I mean, we knew that we were down, but, I mean, we're down, like almost half, it looks like. And so my question to the manager, because I know this has been brought up a lot, is that, we have to somehow wean ourselves out of the red light camera system, right? And so my question to her, and I just wanted you to share that because I thought it was a really good discussion that we had. We have the main red light camera person, and then we have 2 officers that review the tickets. And I thought, well, Dr. Caldera, could we take one of those officers and maybe put him in the police department because we have openings, and just go with one? And you said what?
We already do that. So it's Ben and Ernie that are our red light camera officers. And if you take a look at the numbers and you compare the red light camera officers under different administration worked from home. So that's all they did. They looked at red light camera videos, and that's all they did. When we took over, we had them come back in office. And one of the big reasons we did that is we have other needs, and we do have shortages. So most of y'all know Ben Castro. He's been with the city for over 40 years. He does run shifts. He's got expertise and experience, and so we have new young officers coming on, and there are times that he is the FTO training officer for those officers. So he is also not sitting there just reviewing red light camera citations. Mr. Zambrano is your bailiff for your court sessions. So we pull him off of red light cameras to run your bailiff for your court. That is going to be a longer Thursday now that we've cut the court sessions in half. And so when we were down the admin assistant, it was either Ernie or Ben that was running the front desk as the admin. So again, they do other things because they are in office. So that is one of the reasons that the numbers are down. The other reason is people are stopping. People know we have red light cameras. We're one of the last cities. The chief has numbers if you want to hear numbers, but essentially the numbers have gone down drastically. We've had less accidents. We've just had less citations and less violations. So that's also another variable that plays into that. But I just wanted to let you know that those officers do other things because of their experience, and we're happy to have them, at the time. But yes, when we get to the red light cameras and we start taking a look at officer placement and what you want to do we're going to have lots of discussions on how that can be accomplished, and what that looks like in the future.
Yeah, I just thought that was valuable information that I wanted to share with the council and the community. And Councilor Roscoe, you had a...
Thank you, Mayor. I was also going to pull this one for the same reason. That's a significant amount that has really dropped off. And I don't know if the people are just obeying the laws now, which I doubt it, because I'm actually, you know how we drive around town, and I've seen people pass a red light and the camera does not go off.
Sure. The camera does not go off?
It does not
But
flash?
you won't necessarily see a flash every single time. That's not necessarily the case. It is not the person that you see the flash on. It's typically the car that's behind them. There's a lot of different things in regards to that. Again, it's the dedicated time. You literally had officers at home. That's all they did. And I'm not going to get into the number that was required of them while they were at home. We don't do that here. I want to make sure that the officers are issuing legitimate, clear citations, not just arbitrarily having a number that they are hitting. So again, it's just one of those things that we're working towards, and making sure that if the officers are issuing a red light camera violation, that it is a red light camera violation, or a violation of passing the red light.
And I was going to use this for a future item that we have as well, so.
Okay.
But that was just my concern that I don't see.
Yeah, those were significant numbers. Yeah, wow.
That is huge.
Yeah. Didn't realize they were down. Chief, did you have anything that you wanted to add since you were?
Yes.
Good, all right.
Okay, so red light camera was implemented not as a revenue source. It was to change driving behavior.
Okay.
So in this year's report, from the time we implemented red light camera, the citywide crashes have gone down 34%. Red light camera intersection crashes have gone down 15%. So I looked at the numbers from 2018, when we started, and I've got them all listed here. So using that first year as a baseline, out of every month, I've got 33 months that were lower than the baseline. But I have 43 months that it was higher than the baseline. So some of the variables, people are stopping more. We're not issuing tickets, but we still have to review it. So the time is still being taken. The officers are still needed. They have to decide yes or no.
Okay.
So there is not an easy answer to, yes, we're down. Well, if you look at this snippet, yes, we're down. If you look at this other snippet, we're up. So you have to look at the whole picture.
Okay.
And again, this is not a revenue source.
Yeah.
This was to change
Well,
behavior.
this was the very first time this has ever been put in our financial packet, and that's what stood out to me this time. So thank you for sharing.
There's a lot of information that is never discussed.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yes, I'm sorry, Councilor Campos.
So,
Chief?
for
yeah,
my
wait.
colleagues, it's not a question for
Yeah.
the chief, just a comment to my colleagues and to the audience. It's not the red light citation that's going by camera, it's not a snapshot. Okay, you might see a light or not, but what the officer is doing is reviewing, it's a video. And they rewind it, go forward, and decide, did that car actually go pass it in a red light state, or was it a yellow? And so there are decisions being made there. So not every time that it goes off will somebody receive a citation. And that's, I commend the people that are doing that because they're using their best judgment and saying, you know what, that didn't qualify, I'm not going to issue the citation. This one clearly does, and that's where it does. So I did get to witness that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Merce.
I just have a question. So the months when it was higher than the baseline, has any consideration been given to the fact that the traffic on Bandera Road primarily has increased over those years? I mean, you've got a lot more cars traveling, so even though the rate, the percentage went up, or the rate went up, it could still be a stable percentage from the baseline.
Yes. So there's a lot of math that will go into determining yes, no. This is a quick look that I did. And again, some months we're up, some months we're down. We cannot control how many people run the red light. We hope that nobody runs the red light, but that's never going to happen. There's always going to be someone. We like it to be less than before, and that's where we're at.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That was my only question. So if there's no further questions on the financial report, may I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to adopt consent agenda item 9.3 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to the regular agenda, continued, 10.1, discussion and direction to staff on increased code and traffic enforcement. This was a request by Councilor Orozco and Councilor Campos at the last meeting, and I'm not sure where the discussion...
I seconded for Mr. Campos because I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Oh, okay, it says Orozco and Campos, so that, I'm sorry, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Campos.
So at the time we covered this topic, it was during the time period where we had the storm here and that the video went out. And so the citizens were not able to come and speak about this. They weren't able to see it in some cases on their video feed. So I wanted the opportunity for the citizens to be heard. We've had citizens to be heard comments at the last meeting, but I want to make sure if there's other members of our community that want to weigh in on this, to please do so.
Okay, is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Yes, Mr. Mata. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. I'll just say that my experience with the code compliance officer, I'm blanking on his name. I don't know if Roque's here.
Elijah, and
Give me
there's a
last
new
names.
person. Yeah, Elijah.
Ledesma, yeah.
Uh-huh.
He was great to work with, so doing a great job. I also want to say, or remind the citizens and elected officials, code compliance is not under the police department anymore. So I don't know how y'all classify that. I mean, I know it's under Mr. Salinas, but is that part of,
It's separate.
how do you have it classified?
So, so different things fall under different people. So the blocking of the sidewalk is police. It's the Texas Penal Code, so that's police. If it is parking in the street over 48 hours, it could be either code or police. If it's a junk vehicle, then it's code. High grass weeds is code. So it just depends on what the violation is for. Now I pulled the numbers for the blocking of the sidewalk. They were really up. If you look over the quarter for the number of citations, they were really only up 10 citations. But of course it was 10 citations where people obviously got upset because they've always been parking in their driveway and kind of their lip was always going over the sidewalk. And so they felt like they deserved a warning instead of a citation. Unfortunately, we, and the attorney can weigh in on this, cannot tell an officer whether or not he can write a warning or a citation. It is up to the officer to do so. I will say that I pulled the citations before this meeting and the number has gone down. I think everybody kind of got noticed not to block the sidewalk. And so I haven't seen a bunch of new sidewalk citations being issued. So I think they're coming to court. I do think people are upset that they did receive a citation. I do know that the municipal court has been working with those individuals. So I know that was one of the big issues. But we did have some complaints because we did issue some warnings on dead trees. We did issue some warnings on some junk in some front yards. We do have a new code enforcement officer that started last Monday. And so more citations or more warnings will be going out over the next couple of weeks regarding the dead tree ordinance that the council passed. So.
And I'll say, as a citizen of this community, just because you come up and you have a difference with, the staff or elected officials on an issue, that doesn't automatically mean you're anti-police or you're not supportive of the police department. That's a ridiculous statement that a member of our community made. I know the former chief, Bill Stannard, I understand he had a situation with a guest at his house. And so, I think it's just surprising to people. That's all I'll say, so keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Oh, it was 3. Sorry.
Right.
Right
Now,
on the dot.
is there anyone else like to address the council? Thank you, Mr. Mata. Is there any direction to staff from council based on this agenda item? Just want to be sure.
I don't believe there is.
Mr.
I
Campos, you just
wanted
wanted
this as
people to have,
information, opportunity
just
for
have an
everybody to
opportunity
have
to
speak.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, if there's consensus from my colleagues, 10.2 will be moved at the end of the meeting, behind 10.8. Does that be all right? I don't think do we need a formal vote on that? Yeah, okay, so through consensus, there you go. So we'll put that one, 10.2. All right, moving then to agenda item 10.3, presentation and discussion on an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 14.02, solid waste collection, eliminating Leon Valley's ability to enforce certain requirements and easing restrictions for businesses and residents. This is a first read as required by city charter, so we will not have a vote on it tonight. And again, this was specifically requested by Councilor Orozco and Councilor Compost. So I'm not sure who's going to start the discussion.
I
Yes.
can go ahead and start.
Very good.
And I'll have the doctor, because she's a good historian of what actually transpired. During our coffee with the mayor, one of the things that came up was brush pickup and Mr. Arnell was one of them, and several other citizens saying, why are we picking up brush pickup and not charging the person that we're picking the brush from? How much is this costing us, and why are we paying for that, for their property to be picked up? Well, a while back, if I can just give you a little history on it, and I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of it, so I'll cut into it. And in September 7, 21, a resolution number 21-031R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, expressing intent to provide Leon Valley residents with an unlimited pickup of loose and bundled brush and bagged leaves during semi-annual bulk pickup periods through the end of 2024. And at no charge, requesting the city manager to create and implement, at no charge, just remember that it says out here, at no charge, a city manager create and implement a plan immediately in direction of the city manager to bring back the budget adjustment. And one of the highlights of the, and I'll skip all this and I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of it. It says, whereas the agreement states Tiger Sanitation has no obligation to collect any excess brush, bulk waste, and bundles in an excess of 8 cubic yards. But we all knew all that in the contract. The council has considered public input and limitations of the 8 cubic yard maximum that discriminates against residents that live in the larger sized lots and have more mature trees than other residents, and the residents that spend more effort keeping their trees and vegetation pruned. And whereas the city council has considered public input that San Antonio residents are encouraged to place out 8 cubic yard maximum of their semi-annual brush pickup. However, the city of San Antonio does not charge for brush pickup in an excess of 8 cubic yards. Okay? The council has considered public input, and the former solid waste provider generally picked up the brush in excess of 8 cubic yards without charging for the average. And, okay. This was brought up by Councilman Bradshaw and Stevens, and this was during our COVID and during the time that we were going to be doing a contract with Tiger or other. And I can keep on going as far as the brush, but the key thing on here that I need to read to you guys, it says the City of Leon Valley expresses intent to provide Leon Valley residents with unlimited pickup of loose and bundled brush and bagged leaves during semi-annual bulk pickup periods through the end of calendar of 2024.
That's what I heard.
So
Yeah.
it's done with.
Yeah.
And now, it doesn't mean that that we can't still do it. I've seen the equipment that we bought. I've seen them clean up the parks and the trees and stuff, and they're doing an excellent job, and they're using that equipment that we authorized for them to get. Now, I was looking at the Tiger contract, and one of the things that is indicated that they will give us $2,500 for the 4th of July. Are we able to utilize that, Dr. Cardenas, for a brush pickup? Can we put that money in Public Works to be able to accommodate some of the brush pickup that we do?
So I would have to ask them if they'd be willing to reallocate those funds, because the agreement does say 4th of July. So if y'all aren't going to have the 4th, I would call Lee and just ask if we could make an amendment to that contract. But I can't speak on their behalf. I would have to go to them to see if they'd be willing to make that amendment.
Yeah, and I don't understand the legality as far as continue to do this. I understand the citizens' concern where, why is it that we're paying for this and that? I understand sometimes that we have to do it. Sometimes people fall short at the end of the month. I understand that. But yet it's just trying to clean up. I'm not trying to eliminate it completely. I'm just trying to find a way that we can do this without having, for us to lose money on this. Apparently, they asked David how many man hours are being utilized, and apparently he indicated less than 100 hours in order for us to do that.
Well, it depends, right? So it just varies brush pickup to brush pickup. Sometimes it's around 100 hours. Sometimes it could be a little bit more. Sometimes it could be a little bit less. It's also dependent on how many large piles are left. This time around, we have a lot of large piles. And so depending on what, depending on how many people pay the added cost for Tiger to pick up, then I'll get a final count of what that will look like.
Okay.
People are becoming more and more aware that the city is picking up for free, so those brush piles are staying there in order for us to pick them up. So the number of hours has increased. But you're right, on average, it's averaging about 100 hours, roughly about $5,000 every brush pickup. But that also means that they're not doing the other things they're supposed to be doing for like literally those 2 weeks, because it requires, I can't just have one guy go out there and pick up the brush. It requires multiple people depending on the type of bulk that's out there. Sometimes you saw some of the pictures that I sent you. Some of that stuff is very heavy. Some of it is not chopped up very small, so we have to chop it up in order to get it into the truck. And so the guys, they're not trash people, right? Like that's not what they were hired to do. And so they're learning as we go. And so that was one of the reasons we put in the grappler truck for next year under the stormwater capital. And so I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. I'm not saying that, we shouldn't charge or whatever. But I'm just saying that we put a grappler truck in to help the guys because some of the bulk and brush is getting too hard for them to handle. The other thing maybe that y'all want to consider, the way we used to do it in the past was we would pick up after Tiger would go, we'd give everybody 2 weeks and we would pick up, and if they were unable to pay, we put a lien on the property. And so that was the way we used to handle it. So that's an option as well.
And one of the things that is that Tiger went from charging $10 for outside the 8 cubic feet to $30 per cubic feet beyond the 8 cubic feet. Now, I don't know what would be our charge if we have to charge for the pickup. I believe that we're losing money if we don't.
Right. I mean, you are. I mean, it's a service that you're charging. I don't want to say that you're losing money. It's a service that you're charging. You're not in government business to make money, right? Like, but it is costing you to do that. I'm not paying overtime to do it. They're just, you see Bandera Road grass gets longer because they were picking up brush those 2 weeks, or the park has some, stuff going on that isn't getting addressed because they were picking up brush that week. It's just reallocating your resource to this instead of that. So, so to say you're losing money is just kind of how you view the situation. Me and Melinda talked about cost and what we would charge for that. It's too hard for the guys to calculate. Like the guys aren't set there to be like, this is 60 cubic yards, so we should charge $5 a cubic yard. We don't have a weigh machine, so there's not like a way for us to weigh the bulk. So there's not really a way, unless you want to charge like a flat fee for overage, like there's not really a good way to calculate it, because the one thing that Tiger did have a problem with, which I still see it now, they submit a bulk pickup and say it's 60 cubic yards, let's just say, right? But if I squashed it, like if I really not, like sometimes they spread out, but if I put it together, it may not look like 60 cubic yards, it may be 15. So it's kind of the person that's out there doing the assessment for the brush. Tiger's gotten much better at what that looks like. But sometimes residents just kind of spread it out, or the way they lay out their materials. And so for my public works staff to go out there and say, this is really 6 cubic additional yards or 10 extra cubic yards is a little bit complicated. And so unless y'all wanted to charge like a simple flat fee of some sort, that maybe we can maybe look at that. Or again, just picking it up and putting a lien on the property for whatever the calculation, the council wants, whatever formula you want us to do with that. Or you just continue to do it. We're buying a grappler truck.
Yeah, and I want to get the consensus of my colleagues and how we should move forward with this. I brought it up because it came up, like I said, in the mayor's coffee. I thought it was a valid concern of our veterans. I'm sorry, thinking about my veterans today, of our citizens, and I'd like to get some input from my colleagues as far as how to move forward. One of the things that went to Corpus Christi a week, and I cut the tree down in front of my wife's house, and it was gone the next day, whether I liked it or not. I know that Corpus Christi has an on-call pickup, but when they go and they go around picking up the trash and they see brush out there, they report it and they come pick it up and then they charge you whether you like it or not. I don't know if we need to go through that extreme, but I think that is something that we need to look into it. And I'd like to get some input from my colleagues as far as how to move forward with this.
I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. So people are used to it being picked up for free right now, right? So we would have to at least give notice, I would imagine. So it would not be for this pickup, but it would be implemented in the spring? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that what y'all think too?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm thinking, I was going to ask Dr. Caldera, it seems to me that a flat fee would probably be easier than putting a lien on a house. That's a legal thing, so.
That's up to y'all.
I mean,
guys.
you know what I'm
I don't
saying?
know, and so, I mean, if that's something you want us to investigate, I can bring you back an
Okay.
agenda item, we can amend the
Yeah.
ordinance.
2,500 from Tiger, we can utilize that.
Yeah, that's separate, that has nothing to
Yeah.
do with
Okay.
this, that would be a separate amendment agreement.
Okay.
But again, I wouldn't take their 2,500 and spread it out either, I would just take the 2,500 and we can put it
So,
in the public works budget if that's something y'all want.
Art, do you want to explain about a lien so everybody would know what that involves and?
So the one thing to
whatnot?
remember about a lien is that you only get paid when the lien's discharged, right? And that's generally done kind of at the property sale. A lien for brush and waste are junior to, obviously a mortgage and is generally junior to a homestead exemption. So it's that we can't like other liens try to go and collect on that. We generally have to wait on it. So if there's tax liens, mortgages, anything else, we're the very bottom of that, okay? So, and I will tell you just from experience in other towns, that even though we have liens on file, a lot of times, title opinions or title work doesn't pick them up. And so even though there's been a transfer of property, a lot of times they're not collected. So you kind of have to be in the mindset of making the expenditure up front, but not collecting it for sometimes years.
But if we had a flat fee and we give them 30 days to pay or 60 days to pay, and if they don't, can we add an interest charge? I mean, something that will motivate them to pay, because then they, you know.
You can. I
just-
can tell you that there's a lot of, and you can see it with your tax liens, how many people don't,
Yeah,
how many
I'm just-
people don't pay on that kind of thing. So
That's- yeah.
I would just caution that it's easy to talk about, but it's very difficult in
implement.
practicality to enforce.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Counselor Campos, what would you like to say?
So, Dr. Caldera, what are some of the additional costs? You know, we talk about maybe additional fuel to pick this up for the grappler truck or the trucks, the chipper, and any maybe overtime. But, okay, so cost is one thing, but what happens to the brush itself? Where do we take the brush?
I can't tell you, no.
Well,
I thought they put it behind or where the Public Works is. I think don't they have a brush pile?
Yeah, so we have our own roll-offs, so we put it in there and then Tiger
They
picks it up
mulch
from
it,
us.
yeah, they mulch it, yeah.
We'll
And then-
mulch what we can, but like the bulk stuff is a little bit different. We have to handle that a little bit differently. So sometimes we do have to take it to a landfill. And then sometimes same thing, like we don't keep a lot of mulch piles. We've had issues with fires in the past, so we do have to take them to a landfill. So there's gas to go to the landfill, staff time to go to landfill. There's oil, maintenance on the chipper, maintenance on the grappler. There's added costs that go along with doing this service. Again, I don't like to pile it on to discourage you from offering a service to your, population. But those are considered, I consider them more soft costs, because it is something that the citizens have gotten used to y'all doing. So it's not something you can't do, it's just a matter of if you're trying to recoup some of that cost, how you want to do that.
Yeah, I think if if there's no additional cost to the dumping of the brush, okay, but bulk items, it seems like the
There
city is incurring some type
Yes,
of
I
cost.
mean,
that-
David gave me, again, a generalization number, he's estimating a little bit over 5,000. You know, it's not an astronomical as of yet. I mean, there may come a time where that changes, but as of right now, we're averaging between, I mean, I had one that was like 3,200. We've had them as high as like closer to 7. So it just depends on, you know, what's left out. I mean, if it's just brush, then, you know, it may not be that big of a deal, but if it's a lot more bulk, like mattresses and stuff like that, then it becomes a larger issue. So it just depends on, again, in any given brush and bulk pickup, what that actually looks like. The other thing to consider is you can just go back, like 2024 is up. You either pay Tiger to come pick it up or don't pay Tiger, or some people were breaking up the brush and putting it in their trash can. I mean, there was different solutions provided before we implemented this policy for residents to deal with their brush, so.
Okay. And did you have a lot of complaints? I know one resident reached out to me, and I talked to you about that, and about the Tiger calculation. And one resident said, hey, he got a bill for a quote, it was going to be $500, and then when he called, it says, oh, it was calculated incorrectly. It didn't include taking out the base.
The 8 cubic yards.
The 8 cubic yards, and so it reduced it to a $300 level, and so he was a little angry about that, but they did reduce it. I don't know if you received any other complaints?
No, so normally we don't. I mean, back when we first started doing brush pick, when we switched from Waste Management to Tiger, this has been an issue for over 20 years. Every brush and bulk pickup, we always got complaints that large brush was left out. And there was always a list, and code enforcement would have to hit those homes every single time, even when we were with Waste Management. And then we moved to Tiger. But when we moved to Tiger, the residents felt that they were being a little bit more finicky about the calculation, and how they were calculating and tagging what some residents felt like were pretty close to 8 cubic yards, and like Waste Management would have picked that up. So it was a little bit of those kinds of arguments. It looks like that calculation has improved, that they're not being as finicky with the amount of brush that is being left out. So again, it's just a matter of
Sure.
what y'all want to do.
And, you know, kind of the opposite side is if now we'll have residents and saying, well, if the city's going to be involved in picking this up, I don't need to wait for Tiger's semi-annual pickup. I'll just do it and just leave it there, and the city's going to have to come by and pick it up.
So if it doesn't fall within the couple of weeks that we're picking it up, they will be issued a code citation for junk left in the front yard. So we give them a 2-week window span, and then after Tiger comes in and says, hey, they haven't picked it up, I think it's by the 15th or no, I'm sorry, 18, 19, 20, 25th. So it's like usually 7 days after the 25th, we'll get a calculation of who's contacted Tiger, or who hasn't, and then we'll send the guys out to pick up. Before, the way it used to work is we'll get a list of those that still have overages, and then we would send them letters saying, hi, you still have junk in yard. Give them 10 days to clear it. If not, we started issuing citations.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, Counselor Heil.
How much does Tiger cost to pick up trash? Is it really a lot?
So it used to be $10 extra cubic yard. Mr. Orozco said it's now 30. I'd have to look at the agreement. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Did they increase it, Mr. Orozco, to 30 for extra pickup now? Is that what you're saying? It used to be $10 for extra pickup, now it's 30?
For over 8.
For over 8?
For every 1 acre, it was $10, and during the contract, they moved it up to 30.
30 per cubic yard, right? Okay.
And I didn't see where Tiger on the contract had an on-call brush pickup, or I know that when they were going through negotiations, and we had our committee, Frontier had an on-call, but I don't think that Tiger has one, so which gives us a responsibility to pick it up. Now, when we got charged for this in Corpus, one flat fee, I had a whole tree out there, and I think it wasn't much I'm sorry, it wasn't much, it was about, $125, they picked up a whole tree and they took it. So I don't know, there's something that we can entertain, do a flat fee, and I don't know if we can do that, but, I think that, we should do something. If not, everybody's gonna be leaving their stuff out there, and it's just not, it's gonna create rodents and snakes and.
It's so unsightly too. It really trashes your neighborhood out to have all those piles.
So if we can give the city manager an idea of where we want her to go with this, I'd like to see a flat fee after they don't comply with the violation, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Counselor Marsh.
I definitely don't think we should continue this free pickup because it's just rewarding people for skirting the rules and skirting the law. But I definitely agree that our staff should not be trying to figure out how much a cubic foot is because even Tiger can't figure that out very well. But I think a flat fee, and only after they don't pay the flat fee that we look at other means, whether it's citations for code violations or liens or whatever. But I think there definitely needs to be a fee associated with the work that's being done. And I guess my concern too is that as all these Arizona ashes age and all of this oak wilt, we're only going to see more trees that have to be cut down and more brush. So I know we just did the Tiger contract, but it's almost like we need to look at that because one, there's a whole lot of houses that don't have any brush to pick up, and Tiger doesn't give us credit for those. So if there was a max for the city, if every Tiger customer put something out, and if they don't, we can apply that credit to a neighbor or whatever. But I think that it's going to become a bigger problem with the aging of our trees and the oak wilt and our tree ordinance.
So that was looked at when the committee met. We did look at more brush pickup, and that was one of the things with Frontier. You could call anytime and they can come pick up. The other component to that is you can call they can call Tiger to come pick up brush. They charge them an X amount and they do include it, but you have to pay them up front in order to do that. It's not on call. They just add it to their list and they can come by and pick it up. You do have to pay whatever their fee is. And so we did look at that as part of the contract. The residents weren't interested in raising their trash fee rate in order to get that accomplished. The other thing is, as you mentioned, the credit for the houses, that's put into the calculation already when they give us the rate. They have an average calculation of about how much brush they're going to pick up, and so when they give us the cost for that component in the agreement, that's put into their calculations.
Yeah, I just wanted to add drought. The drought is killing the trees too, not just oak wilt. It's very dry. Yes.
Something else, and
Councilor
I'm not sure that all
Bolton.
citizens are aware of this, but there are places that you can take a truckload of tree limbs over by Blossoms Athletic Center. They weigh the truck before, they weigh it afterwards, and you just pay a small fee. It's like $10, $15 for an entire 8-foot bed of tree limbs. And you just take it yourself.
And is that anybody in Bexar County, or do you have to be a
That's Bexar
city of
County,
San?
because I live in Leon Valley, and I take my tree limbs there
right.
when I trim my trees out of season and they're not doing brush pickup. You can go there, and then all the appliances and things, all you have to do is take them by Paul Taylor Fieldhouse to the recycling center, and they will take the appliances for free. You just have to get it there.
The one on Culebra?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought you had to be a city of San Antonio person.
Theirs
there.
is
Yeah.
appliances, not household hazardous waste.
Okay,
Separate.
appliances
Yeah,
is
they don't take
different.
couches, but they'll take
Okay,
washing machines,
great.
dryers,
I'm glad to
refrigerators.
get that clarification. I know household hazardous waste, it's just the city.
You just have to take
Yeah.
your CPS bill to
right.
prove your address and your driver's license, and they will take it. You have to unload it yourself, though.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
so you got to learn inertia. You flip it.
Okay. All right, so, any other comments? Any comments from, yes, our citizens? Yes, Mr. Urinel. What do you think is a fair, reasonable, flat, I think I'm hearing flat fee from the council consensus, but what do you think is reasonable? Good evening.
Well, good evening again. I'm seeing all the maturations you've gone through to work out this budget. You started out with X number of dollars in the red, so to speak. We shouldn't be in the brush pickup business for free. We can't afford it. I pay for my trees to be trimmed and hauled away. Now, if you're going to just charge me a little bitty fee, less than what I'm paying now, I'm just going to put it on the curb and let the city take care of it. And that's going to happen. This is going to grow. The trees are going to need to be trimmed, and the people are finding out, oh, the city will pick it up for free. If you're going to pick it up, make it emergencies and charge a fee that is considerable. Give them some incentive to take care of it themselves. We're adults here. We're not babysitters. And the other thing is, where did the 8 yards come from? 8 cubic.
It's been that way ever since I've
Yeah, I
lived
know,
here.
but
Yeah.
you can get an 8 cubic yard pile real quick.
8 by 8 by 8.
It's everybody's,
Yeah.
when we went out for bids, that was the
That's the industry.
the industry standard.
I would say get out of the trash, the brush pickup business and the other items. And if you're going to do it, charge a fee that's going to make them think about doing it themselves. And the city can, because if you've got people, like she says, they're doing this job over here, well, this job over here is not getting done. We know we're not adding a bunch of people to take care of these little jobs. We got the same crew that we've had for years, as I understand it. Is that correct, Doctor? Yeah. We can't just, Public Works, well, you just go do that. Well, their day is only so long and they only got so many people. I'd say get out of the brush pickup business and charge them a fee if it's an emergency.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Martinez, come on up. Good evening and welcome. I was just going to say, if you have a tree company come to your house, they're not, yeah, but we just had one and it wasn't cheap, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, we paid, but they chopped everything and they took it away. I mean, that was part of the whole deal. Yeah, and so it was, but we needed to do it, so go ahead.
Pat Martinez.
Good evening and welcome.
Ruth Sophie. We had that thing we had to do this time. We had to cut a limb off one of our ash trees because it was splitting. This big around, all kind. We had someone come out and cut it down and cut it up. We had a pile this high in the yard, okay? So what we have to do, I have to do, and Benny has to do, we have to take care of that. And what you send out on your card, what it needs to be, it needs to be. You shouldn't let them get away with that because, oh, well, you know, we just didn't know how to put it up. Or they just pile it up so high, they don't want to even try to get it cut down. A lot of times, if it's small trim limbs, I'll cut them up, put them in a trash can before they come. They're going to take it. Anyway, it doesn't make a difference. And then when we got done, we had little piles, probably 4 foot high or so, of our tree. And they picked it up. It was put up, laid out just, you know, a neat, well, it was neat. It was so long, so wide, so tall. And this morning when they picked it up and put it in. We didn't have any problems with them just scattering it all over the place like these people with the big loads. And so I'm just upset because you want to give these people free charge just because they had too much there to do. And I think if you're going to let it go free, well, you might as well not even send out a card how much you need to have it bulked up because they don't care. I care. And I had tried to make it look and neat so they can pick it up and they don't have a problem with it. So, but I don't like that idea of paying for the others, for them not to pay. And you paying for it, because this is not good for the city to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this was a resolution that was passed in '24, is that correct? That, that we said we were going to pick up the extra, but it expired at the end of '24.
You're right.
Right, which I forgot about that. And so it's no longer.
Through 24, it said through 24.
Through 24, okay.
We didn't bring it back in 25 to say, do you want to continue it? We just
Yeah.
kind of kept doing it until it was brought up at the coffee.
Yeah, okay, so we need to either continue it or change it, and that's the discussion, so.
It just says the end of the year,
Year.
calendar year 2024.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Yarnell says substantial amount. Anybody else? And Ms. Martinez says we need to charge. Anybody else want to give any other input before we can vote on this? No vote, excuse me. It's the first read. So we'll put it, yes, sir. Mr.
I
Martinez.
agree that even when I was on council, this is an item that we should be charging for. We don't have the money to give people freebies. And I've heard several people, when it comes to trash pickup, or, the trash pickup, they'll hire a company and they say, oh, no, you don't have to take it. Just leave it there on the, where the company would normally take it. But, there people are telling people, oh, don't just leave it there. The city will pick it up. So there's people that are abusing the this extra benefit.
Okay.
But if the city is going to pick up the bulk pickup, whatever Tiger charges, let's say if they charge for a big pile, $50 or $100, maybe we charge just a little bit less than that. But we don't, like you said, we don't need to be a money maker, but we do need to be charging for the pickup. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Is it possible, Dr. Caldera, to research what are other small municipalities doing related to this? I'm sure we're not the only ones that face this situation.
Their vendor is charging them to pick it up. That's what other cities are doing. I can get y'all a chart if you want me to, but the other cities have the same types of agreements that we have. Their city isn't picking up the extra bulk pickup. Their vendor.
Only city that
that
does
I'm
that?
aware of that is picking up. You can call like Frontier, because I'm thinking like Chavano Park, Balcones Heights, Castle Hills, they all charge their residents through their trash provider to pick up. Their public works staff is not picking up.
Okay.
I can't think of a city, but again, I don't know that. I'm not going to say all cities were the only one because I don't know that to be true. I'd have to do a little research, but
well,
all of the surrounding Helotes, they pay their trash provider to pick up their bulk, but there's not an added service that I am aware of that they're freely picking up additional brush for their residents, but.
And I just want to remind everybody, so we called out one vendor, Frontier, okay? And said, well, they'll do on call or on demand. But one of the things that was the benefit of Tiger was that you could have your trash container plus 4 bags and possibly another trash can, versus Frontier says, hey, if it doesn't fit in that container that we provide you, it doesn't go. We're not picking it up. So Tiger does give us some additional benefits, but brush, it's problematic. And so it may be where maybe we do say, we're not gonna pick it up. You're gonna have to contact Tiger and have it picked up.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Mersch.
I do agree with the citizens who said that if we do brush pickup as a last resort because they didn't have Tiger pick it up, that the price we charge them should be comparable or maybe even a little bit above to Tiger's fees, so that they're not encouraged to wait it out and have it disappear, by the brush ferries or whatever.
So the way it used to work, and I will tell you, on average, after we send out the notice that you're going to be cited if it's not picked up, Normally, it was like a holdout of like 2 to 4 homes. Like, that was the average holdout of the brush staying outside. And normally, it was because they were rental homes and they were managed by property management companies that weren't here, and maybe they didn't get the notice or what have you. Those were normally the holdouts. And what we would do is either call Waste Management and or Tiger, and tell them, okay, go pick it up. We'd pay that fee, and that's the lien we would put on the property, was whatever fee we paid. So it was $200, $300, $600, whatever that is. And then when the house sells, we get that money back, or people realize that we've put a lien and they just come and pay the lien off prior to their house being sold. So, again, that's the way it was kind of done for as long as I have been here. That was the practice until we changed it.
And I didn't even think about that yet. I like that.
That's the way that's the way it was done. I think it was that transition between Waste Management and Tiger, and people feeling that Tiger was being a little bit harder on the 8 cubic yard calculation than Waste Management was. Like, Waste Management, it was a clearly overage abundance of brush. Whereas Tiger was really like looking at 10 or 15. Like, y'all saw some of the pictures. There were a couple of pictures I'd be like, well, if they squash that'd probably be 8 cubic yards. And so I think for Waste Management, they kind of looked at it like, that's probably 8 cubic yards, and would pick it up. Whereas Tiger is really looking at it to fit in that 8 by 8, right? And so, but the way it was done for 20 plus years was that way. Like, it was pick up your bulk. If it wasn't picked up and they didn't pay Tiger, the city would send out a code letter. They had 10 days to contact Tiger to get it picked up. If they didn't, then we'd have Tiger or Waste Management go and pick it up. We get charged the amount, and then that's the lien amount we would put on the home. So it was $300, $600, what have you. And then we'd get it upon sale, and sometimes we didn't, right? Like, things go wrong and you may not get the $600, or people get nervous. People don't want to lien on their house, and they come in and they pay. They think the city's bluffing on the lien, and then they come in and pay it. So
I just trimmed my neighbor's trees because they were coming over to my yard, and I paid over $400 last week on that. And I was going to suggest that the flat fee be at $400 and more, but I like your idea better, that we charge them what Tiger charges us, and that we charge our citizens with it. And if they don't, then we put a lien on it. And like, I know you're not in your head, most likely they're going to come and just pay it. Nobody wants a lien on it. If I can give you direction to please do go forward with this, see what my counselors want. If you can go forward with that idea, I like that.
You can always have the option for the homeowner to prepay the service.
Right.
And then come in, and then y'all don't have to worry about liens or anything like that. That it would be a service that the homeowner would then pay first before getting it.
Right. So that's why you send the original code letter. The code letter says, hi, Tiger, saying that it's going to be $600. Contact Tiger to have your brush picked up. You have 10 days. If you fail to do this, the city will initiate Tiger to go pick up the service, and the city will pay for the service fee, but we will put a lien on your property.
I like that.
9 times out of 10, I will tell you, most people were compliant. In my 20 years of being here, maybe Melinda, it was like 1 or 2 residents that just put a lien on, but they were very few individuals that would do that.
So you would put the lien on only if they didn't pay,
the
but
Tiger fee.
most people would pay.
Yes, like
Yeah.
I said, most people would pay. Again, it was just one of those things that we did for a really long time. I really do think the big issue was Tiger, the transition between Waste Management and Tiger, in the sense that Tiger was being a little bit more stingy on, or I don't even know if that's the right word, but calculating that 8 cubic yard. And that was a big transition for some of the residents who were used to putting out, spread out or a little bit, different. And Waste Management had been our provider for a really, really long time. They had been our only trash provider for years and years and years. And so making that transition, I think, was hard for a lot of the residents. And there were other issues with Tiger in the beginning. That transition went really poorly. So I think there was a lot of concerns with Tiger. That was just one of the concerns. And that was the way the governing body handled that concern at that time.
Okay, is that the consensus? Yes, Counselor.
I think our lawyer is correct. have
Come on
them
up.
pay up front instead of waiting and then trying to bill them, because they're not going to come and pay after that.
No, that's what I
And-
mean.
yeah.
That's the way it's handled. They,
Right.
they have to contact Tiger and to pay the fee. If they don't, if they're refusing to pay, we have to go pick it up eventually. So then once we go pick it up, like, they're not gonna come pay us. Like, the whole idea is to go, if they're refusing to pay Tiger, they're gonna refuse to pay us. It's the same amount. We're charging them the Tiger amount. So, then we would have to, Tiger would still be the provider picking it up, right? It's not gonna be our Public Works, but Tiger still has to get paid. We're the one just paying that bill and putting a lien on the
Okay.
property to collect that
So
invoice
it
dollars.
would not be picked up by Public Works, it would be picked up by Tiger, and then we would put the lien on, but we would pay.
Correct.
Okay.
We would have to pay Tiger. So
We'd
it
have
would
to
be
pay
the same,
Tiger.
probably a little bit more. We'd have to see what that looks like. And then we would pay, you have to pay Tiger for picking it up.
Okay. And we still estimate that to be 5,000?
I mean, I'm assuming it would
Okay.
probably be
All right.
roughly that
Yes.
amount.
Good evening, Tina.
Evening, Mayor,
Yes.
Council. I contacted Tiger by phone
Mhm.
and then followed up with an email. I had the giant loquat taken down in the backyard,
Mm.
and I knew it was going to be too much, so I had some of the neighbors who weren't putting out stuff take some for me.
Oh, okay.
But I did just speak with them, and if I can, I want to read you
Sure,
the
go
letter.
ahead.
Dear Ms. Chason, thank you for contacting Tiger Sanitation. I apologize for the confusion. I appreciate you following up via email after speaking with our team by the phone. We value the City of Leon Valley's partnership and are happy to assist. As long as the bulk pile falls within the community bulk event guidelines, it will be serviced. This includes up to 8 cubic yards of brush, which is typically measured as a pile approximately 8 feet long, 6 feet deep, and 4 feet tall. And I questioned
Oh,
them
I thought it was
because from the curb to the sidewalk, we barely have 3 feet. We can't overshoot on the sidewalk, and we can't have it hanging in the street. So they said, well, we can compensate, and we do when we go around, and the gentleman that will be doing it will be marking those. He said, but this is it. 6 feet wide, doesn't work. Please note that our team will be in the area starting next week to assess and measure bulk piles. Unfortunately, this will be the only time we are able to confirm the actual cubic yardage for service eligibility. If the pile exceeds this size, additional options may be available, including scheduling extra service for a fee or waiting for the city collection later in the year at a currently unspecified date. So they're
Wow,
already.
that's news to us.
No, it's not. That's what you're doing. The city is collecting at a later date.
Yeah.
They
So-
know, Tiger knows that Tiger's not gonna lie to a customer. Y'all have made it known, you passed a resolution that we're
Even
picking up
though
the brush pickup.
it stopped in 24, that was my point. They know it stopped in 24.
They don't know it stopped in 24.
They
Y'all
don't?
didn't. We
That
just passed a
wasn't-
resolution. Y'all passed a resolution to continue. It's our job, so staff failed. If you want to put it on me, you can put it on me. But, I mean, nobody at any point said, hey, we're going to stop the service. I don't remember the conversation.
remember it.
Normally, that kind of stuff I put on my calendar. I just didn't. And so it was an ongoing service until y'all changed it. It said through the end of the year, till 2024. We had been doing it since prior to 2024. We've been picking up the brush pickup. So, again, it's one of those
Thanks for reading that
things-
to us. Yeah.
Right. And so all I would do is contact Tiger and say, hey, the city's no longer picking up the additional brush. They'll change their letter. And, that's not a thing.
Okay.
I mean,
So I just thought it was important
Yeah.
to be able to read that to
Sure.
you, because I kept questioning.
So they didn't know it
We don't
either.
have 6 feet width, and we can't do the sidewalk, and we can't do the street. And so they said, well, walk around it, it's an approximate. You know when you look at something if it's too big. And that's it.
Well-
It's common sense. Thank you.
Just walk in the neighborhood, they've got orange spray paint.
Yes,
You
that's
know,
how they
so
mark
they're
them.
spray painting the large loads, so, yeah, that are out of, okay, so what's the direction it's the,
So to
Second
have
read.
Tiger, so I will amend the so I have to look at the resolution again. I have to amend the resolution to,
It sounded like going back to what we
what
used to have.
do.
Yeah.
So I'll do that, and then I will ask Tiger about the 2,500 if the council decides not to do the 4th of July, which, we have the budget discussion next. But the other thing for council to consider is y'all, and we just haven't had the meeting with the Historical Society, but we're not having the 4th. I didn't budget to do the 5K, so that's another conversation that y'all are going to have.
Okay. All right, so you have direction on that. Okay. We're going to be moving on to the budget, but as I was looking at it,
Thank you, guys.
yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Because the manager and I talked about it last week, and I wanted to be sure, and as I was preparing for today's meeting, number 4, conducting the public hearing is on the 54-cent rate because of the last meeting, and I'll summarize that in just a minute. So possibly we need to take number 8 first so we can determine the rate.
No. You, it's set out specifically. You have to do your budget first, and then you do your tax rate. It's set up that way in the law. You can ask the city attorney, but it's set up that way on purpose. We number it. This is the way it's done.
So let me just summarize then where we've been and how we got here today, because I explicitly asked the manager last week, we need a discussion on this because of what's happened. We've spent so much time on the tax rate. It's unbelievable where we've gone. But anyway, we started the budget process, as many of y'all know, with the same tax rate from 25 to 26 at 0.48 per 100. And when we started this months ago, we were 1.3 million in the hole. And over many, many meetings, the deficit was reduced to 200,000. At the August 5th meeting, we finally received the no new tax rate from Bear Appraisal, which went up from 0.484 to 5.505. Unfortunately, that budget, even when we applied the no new rate, which we're supposed to get the same amount of money from one year to the next, we were still $47,000 short. So the no new tax rate, that didn't help us. And so what did we do as a body? We asked the manager to increase that no new revenue of 0.505 to a whole penny. We decided to go up 1 penny to 0.515, which erased the deficit, and we realized a surplus of $64,000. And this tax rate would increase the annual property tax bill by an additional $98 over what you paid in 2024. Then at the September 2nd meeting, we were ready to adopt this 0.515 tax rate when we were informed by their manager that there was a pending bill in the special legislature, SB 10, which would cap the council's ability in the future to raise the tax rate no more than 1%, which is currently at 3.5, without voter approval. The council's reaction about the inability to raise taxes in the future years without an election resulted in the council directing the manager to adjust the tax rate from 0.515 to 0.545, generating an additional $347,483 more in ad valorem taxes, primarily to hire 3 firefighters. That was the whole impetus. The next day, and that's where the manager, and I understand she got the direction of 0.545, so she had to do this budget for tonight's meeting from 0.5 because that's the direction at the last meeting. But the next day, September 3rd, we read in the paper that the special legislative session adjourned and SB 10 died without action. So the 1% cap is not in effect. With this set, tonight's budget, and that's what I wanted to make sure I asked the manager, we've got to talk about this because we set a rate based on a supposition that didn't come true. I think we all thought it was going to pass, and then it didn't. And so I just said, can we talk about this? Because I think you sent us a communication. You can go 0.51 or 0.54.
All the way to 0.56.
5.6 exactly, but right now it's at 0.545 right here. So I just want to be sure that we have an open discussion on this, because I am in favor, because this SB 10 didn't pass, I'm in favor of just keeping where we were on September 2nd at 0.515, because, well, there's a lot of reasons, and I can go into them, but I guess I can do that later. But we do have the ability in the future to raise taxes if we need to. We didn't talk about adding any personnel in the 0.515 budget. And anyway, I'm just concerned about the families in Leon Valley with family. We're going up already 3 cents. So if we go to 0.54, we're going up 6 cents. Is that right?
Yes.
So that I look back through our budget information. I think the last time we raised 5 cents was when we had it was actually a vote. It was an election in 2013 or something to renovate City Hall and build a new fire station. And I think we went up 5 cents then, but we've never gone up that much. And so I just think we just need to keep it because of the economy and whatnot. So anyway, but I want to hear from the citizens. But I guess what I wanted to be sure is when you present this budget at 0.54, and then the council has to vote on it, how do we adjust it if that's what they want to do? I don't have a vote, but I certainly have a say.
Sure.
And so that's what I'm trying to
I'm just trying to
communicate.
keep you online, so I let you finish discussing. But discussing the tax rate is part of discussing the budget. So you just skipped over it. You didn't read the budget. You didn't read the agenda item.
I will.
But I mean, that's the thing. So I need you to stay in line with topic. And so you start talking about a tax rate. I can tie the tax rate, as I told you in our meeting, with the budget. I have no intention of skipping over what happened with SB 10. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just trying to make sure y'all follow the order of which it needs to go. And so
tell
you
me about
conduct.
that. Yeah.
Oh, she's not.
Yeah, just tell me about that.
You need to.
I mean, I know we've always done it this week, but I thought, how do we?
Because it's part of the budget. As I mentioned to you, when I got to that slide, I was going to go over the tax rate with you because it is part of that budget. I have both budgets. I have the 0.51 and the 0.54. I can tell you the difference between either of them. And then you can have the discussion if you want to go back to the 0.51 versus the 0.54, that you can certainly go down. And you're not voting on the tax rate tonight anyway.
We just can't go up.
You just can't go up.
I know
And we've
that.
already noticed. And you're not voting on the tax rate this evening. You're voting on the tax rate on Saturday. What you're voting on tonight is the budget, which includes the tax rate. And so, so your first item is to conduct the public hearing on the proposed budget. So if you just let me get there, what I told you.
Can I ask you something? But when I looked in the budget, you've added 3 firefighters.
Right, because that's what the council direction was at the last meeting.
Okay.
At the 0.54. But again, I'm going to go over with you. I'm not here, guys, I'm not here to be like 0.54.
I just wanted to be sure we're going to be able to have this discussion because I'm
Absolutely.
concerned about the higher tax rate in light of SB 10 not
Correct.
passing. That's all.
And as I mentioned to you in our meeting that I was going to go over that first thing. I had
Right,
no
let me read it
intention
then.
of skating over that.
Okay, thank you. I know that.
And so then, technically, you have to do the first one, which is conduct the public hearing. So you want to do that so we can, so unless you want to hear the presentation first and then open up the public hearing, or you want to open up the public hearing. So I can go over what the difference is. So at the 0.54, you're adding.
Did you want me to go ahead and read this, though? I don't have to read all of this medium.
No,
I did
ma'am,
that
you
one
just have
time,
to
so
do
I
the
don't have to
4.
do that again. So let me ask my colleagues, do you all want to hear the presentation of the budget, or do you want to just open up the public hearing? Or the difference between the two?
So I can briefly go over what the difference is between the 0.54 and the 0.51 before you open up the public hearing, if you'd
okay.
like to do that.
All right, please do that.
Okay. So did you want to read your, I'm sorry,
Yes. I know. I kind of started off, I'm just, and it's getting late, and I know we've all been at it all day. So, okay. Number 4, conduct a public hearing for the City of Leon Valley on the proposed budget fiscal year 2025-2026, and Dr. Caldera will begin and start with this comparison. Thank you.
So essentially, all the 0.5, not all, but what the 0.54 did was this up here. It is adding 3 firefighters. You had an additional 13,000 kind of left over, and we had some discussion preliminarily on, we have a 7-hour-a-week employee at the library, which was like a kind of this odd thing, and so we would like to raise her to the 19 hours, which is a true part-time, 19 hours a week as a true part-time employee, and that would cost you 13,000. The bunker gear and the equipment and training for the new 3 firefighters would be $30,000, and then uniform and boots would be about $2,250, which would leave you with a remainder of $3,575. If you decide to go to the 0.54, this just goes away and everything else remains the same in your budget. That's the only change. That this right here, going to 0.54 would be the addition to your budget. Not going to the 0.54, going to the 0.51 just removes this from your budget. That's it. And so, unless you want me to go into detail with all the other stuff.
I know you said you could go between 0.515 to 0.545, and every penny increase is roughly $100,000.
Roughly,
So
yes.
that's all I wanted to put on the record.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So if you want to
So
open up
let
the
me open
public
up the
hearing?
public hearing. Sure, you bet. Let me get my phone. 8:45.
I set
On.
your alarm for
Oh,
8:45 a.m.
excuse me. I didn't want you to set my alarm for 8:45 in the morning. I will be at work. No, just teasing. Okay, sorry about that. 8:45, we open up the public hearing and ask if there's anybody. Yes, Mr. Yarnell, go ahead.
Good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Yarnell.
Okay, I guess I have a couple of questions. Does the .515040 get you 3 new additional firefighters?
No, it does not.
And the .54 does?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
As I've done a little scribbling here, the .515040 is about $3.25 a day.
Oh.
That's dividing the total
It wa-
number here by 365.
I thought it was $98 a year, but anyway,
Okay.
that's what I had, but.
If you go to 5.4, which is 1256.97, it's $3.44 a day, which is 19 cents difference per day for taxes, what I have now.
I
but I
believe
might be all wrong.
I believe the .54 is $169 more a year. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I'm dividing by
I've just, it's
365.
been burned in my brain.
Dividing by the days, number of days, and it's a difference of 19 cents. You all can do it, I might be wrong here, but.
I don't know if it is or not. I just know what the annual is.
We haven't had additions to the fire department for how long? Since when?
87.
87? 97? 87? I don't see how there's a question. We're way behind. When we built the fire department, we set it up for 10 people on shift. How many people do we have on shift?
How many people on shift, any given shift?
8?
What's minimum?
6.
So we typically run on average.
We have 6, right? There's always somebody out, there's somebody on training, there's somebody on vacation. I mean, it's not like you have everybody there every day. And you, for this measly amount of money, you can get 365 days a year coverage, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 19 cents more than the 5.1.
I don't know if that's right or not.
I don't either.
I'd like to
but
have
y'all can
that
look, you know
clarified.
what the number is divided by 365. I don't see how you can not do 5.4. You being, I shouldn't say.
Well, what's really interesting is that we didn't even talk about any personnel increases at all in the 515 at all. And it was only until we thought there was going to be this bill passed, the 1% cap, that we all went up to 0.545. So that's what perplexes me. And I'm just trying to balance it. You and me and the majority of this
But we have
dais
to be
is
realistic.
we're frozen. we're frozen. We're not going to be impacted at all. I'm looking at the families that, have a little different budget than I do. So that's
by
all.
my
And I just
calculations,
think
it's
we
not
can,
very
we can
much.
add in the near future.
But we
Anyway.
don't want to get ourselves in a position where
It's just
the state
my-
can call a special session and do something that slits our throat. We don't want to get there.
Well, we know we have 2 years.
Well, can they call a special session for anything?
I don't believe so.
No?
I think he has to
Okay.
wait.
I don't know.
I think he has to wait.
We can't trust them, we know
No.
that.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I've never seen it. Once he's finished, once the governor finished, I mean, he can call 6 special sessions, but it's,
Once it's finished, it's finished?
yeah, once it's finished, it's finished. I thought.
Okay.
That's,
But-
again, I'm,
If
Anyway,
you don't
thank
do it
you. I
this year,
appreciate your
What's
input.
going to happen next year?
I don't know. I don't know. I just,
Yeah, you don't know.
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's not a good place to be. We're still digging. We're not putting the ladder in the hole.
okay. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. This is what is so wonderful about living in Leon Valley. We listen to everyone, and we give you your opportunity, and that's what we need to do, And this council will come to the right decision based on, the facts and the input and the whole 9 yards. So, Mr. Bradshaw, I was curious about where you're going to come down on.
Hi, Mayor and Council.
Hi.
I'm here on behalf of the under 65-year-olds that are being increased in taxes. This is who it affects, and thank you, Mayor, for
You
pointing that
bet.
out.
We got to think of everybody.
I was just looking at my Facebook post from September 21st, 2022, and I wrote, yesterday, the Leon Valley City Council voted to adopt the lowest property tax rate in 20 years, 0.484739 per $100 evaluation. I was happy to vote for this tax rate reduction and hope it helps those with fixed incomes as well as anyone struggling to make ends meet amid the recent rapid inflation. So the issue is that home values have gone up over the last 3 years.
And then they went down.
They've gone down, but the problem is your tax don't go down. Your taxes aren't going down because your home valuation, they're only allowed to tax 10% per year. There's a cap. So even though it's come down some, there's still an increase of that 10% that's going to hit those of us that are affected by it. So it's really still, my taxes haven't gone down. I checked with my neighbors, their taxes haven't gone down. And so I would urge you to reconsider this. I didn't have done the research, but I think this is probably would be the largest tax increase probably since at least the mayor's been mayor. 18 years are we at? 16 years? I don't want to add too many, but wow.
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. 4 years. But yeah, I would encourage you to not do that because it does affect a lot of people. And you talk about who's frozen. If you really think that we need more firefighters, then repeal the 65 plus tax freeze. There's cities around Texas that don't have that, and have everybody pay for it, right? But I am not in favor of that either. I'm not proposing that. I'm just saying there's other options. But we do have mutual aid as well from all the cities around us. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Do we really need the extra firefighters? And there's always things that we can spend money on. We know that. There's always issues. But I would just encourage you to rethink increasing the taxes so drastically. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Anyone else? All right. Good evening, Mr. Mata.
Hello. I jotted down a couple things here. I think, yeah, as Mr. Bradshaw pointed out, the troubling thing is, as you look at yourselves up there, and don't mean this to be disrespectful in any way. And out here, most people are over 65 here, right? And we know the reality of the goings on here at council meetings are that most people under 50, under 60 don't attend, right? So they're busy raising families, busy working, okay? Most of you guys are retired. it comes across as a very self-centered move to take things in this direction in such an extreme way. And, you know, you talk about the fact that it's only a $98 increase. Does that really factor in that the burden's going to fall mainly on those under 65? I don't think it does. You're not taking into account those numbers of residents that are over 65, which means the math will probably swing it more to somewhere around $200 to $300. It'll fall on people like myself, Mr. Bradshaw, others that are raising families here. And as Mr. Bradshaw said, for instance, my mortgage, before all the insanity with the crazy evaluations, was around $1,100 a month. Now I'm sitting at about $1,360 a month. So just think about the burden you're going to put on me and others that are under 65. And I know some of you guys think, well, we paid our dues at some point. But again, I don't think we've seen such insanity with these evaluations and how they've affected homeowners. And I think what you guys are proposing is really ridiculous with this 5-4. That would be insane. Mr. Yarnell gets up here and, you know, the scare tactics are ridiculous. It doesn't affect him one bit. And no disrespect, please don't take this. You're a good friend of mine, Mr. Orozco, and I'm not trying to point the finger, but I just want to remind you, you're not dealing right with any taxes, any increases yourself, right? As a veteran and being over 65. So I'm not trying to be mean, but I just want you guys to think about this before you move forward with such a drastic move. Crystal, I understand there's a lot of stress on you as the city manager, and you've seen it all, right? But we've also seen a lot of mismanagement leading up to some of the drama that led us into 2000, okay? There was a lot of mismanagement. So let's keep that in mind as well before we decide to just burden everyone at this time. And when it comes right down to it, probably real world-wise, and by the way, people have gotten over three minutes here.
I'll let you finish up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As we've seen, effectively, this probably ends up being about a 12% increase on those under 65. Keep that in mind. That is insane. Don't forget what we've been dealing with inflation and the increases in cost of living.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay? You guys, you're talking about, you're nitpicking over the brush pickup. It's just incredible, that mindset then takes us into this.
Okay.
Where's the austerity here? Why aren't we talking about cost cutting government-wise? Everyone wants to increase everything here. Let's sacrifice government a bit. You're here to represent us, not the staff, not City Hall. Okay. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. All right, Miss Jason, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. My fellow neighbor, friend, Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Mata, they made their points. I'm going to make mine. Yes, I have paid my dues. Next February will be 55 years as a resident of Leon Valley. When we bought the home and the land and had the home built, the rule of thumb was you don't pay more for a house than you make in 1 week for your monthly payment. So in other words, what you would pay in rent, which was equal to a week's salary, that's what you paid for your house note. Granted, my house was $26,000.
Wow.
Okay? Back in 1971. But it was commensurate with the salaries that were being paid at the time. So the same thing goes with your other expenses. You had to pay the insurance on a mortgage. You had to pay your utilities. You had everything all combined. So you didn't become house poor. I'm afraid that the lending practices have changed and banks were giving out mortgages way over the amount, because I would say, how does this young kid afford a $350,000 home starting out? It was crazy to me. So all these years, I've paid the dues. Leon Valley has been built on the taxes, myself and my other neighbors that were out here with me. I feel that the cut that was taken when Mr. Stevens was on the council and was brought out, that it was going to hurt us eventually because it was very short-term thinking, and it was brought up at the meeting. That happened, and it's proven to be true, where he said no one would suffer. None of our staffing would suffer, or any of the things that we afford our citizens, like police and fire department and equipment. It's come to pass, he was wrong. I feel the extra tax, I'd be willing. I'm getting taxed for Leon Valley Sewer, over $28 for a $6 water bill. I'm willing to pay so that it benefits all of Leon Valley. And I feel that anybody else that is against this is taking, again, another very short-sighted look into the future and a very selfish way of looking at things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate those comments. No, sir. I'm pretty well limited. Everybody just one talk. So, anybody else in the chambers? I don't think there's anybody else unless, okay. All right.
Mayor, I just want to clarify. So I was the one that brought up SB 10. It's my job to let you know of upcoming legislation. I could not ignore the fact that that was on the table. I had to inform this body that that was a possibility. I also said at that meeting, I'm not a crystal ball, and I don't know what will happen when they reconvene or whether or not it was going to pass. I made that perfectly clear at the time. I'm also not a city manager that is one of theatrics. I could be up here saying the children are dying, we need the firemen. I'm not doing that either. I told you since 2014, we've told you that you need firemen. The method in which you add personnel is up to this body, whether you raise taxes, whether you cut something else from the budget, whether you do it all in 1 year, whether you spread it out over year. That is up to this body. That is not up to me. I don't sit up here and provide you a recommendation on the method in which you do that in. But if you ask me whether or not you need firemen, you do need firemen. I mean, that's been stated in multiple studies that you need additional fire personnel. And so that was the question asked to me at the last council meeting. That's what I stated. And I also followed up with, but the method in which you do that in is up to this body. So I'm not trying to sway y'all in one direction or another. That is completely up to how this body wants to handle the additions of that personnel.
Right.
So I just wanted to put that on record because I don't want people to think I was trying to fear mongle y'all and saying
No. That's true. But it's just interesting that we've had this discussion for years that we need new firemen. We did the utilization study, but it was not in this year's budget because we were going up 3 cents.
Sure.
And so it was only because of SB 10 that we went to 54.
Well,
that
and
was
at that-
only the
yeah.
reason.
So at that meeting,
we
you
didn't
also
know
had-
SB 4. If we didn't know about SB 4 on September 2nd, Crystal, I think the council would have adopted 5.515. I really do.
I disagree with you, Mayor.
You
I
know.
totally disagree. I didn't make my
Agree?
decision.
Okay.
Well, let's finish with the public.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I
close
got to
it.
close it. I've got to close it. So
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay.
That's, hey.
No. So I just want to, because
Fine.
you also had other residents here at that meeting that got up and said to add fire. So again, I'm not here to argue that point. I just, want to
Okay.
make that clear too.
That was just my perception. It was just the SB that,
that
because why didn't we talk about it in all of the meetings that we had? Why didn't we talk about adding firefighters? We didn't. But it was SB 10, I thought, that was the precipitator but that was my perception. So anybody else? If not, I'll close it because I want to hear from the other council members. So 9:03, we'll close the public hearing, and Mr. Roscoe, you have your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
You bet.
When we voted for this, I did not feel pressured to vote for this because we had a certain length of time that we could raise it. I voted because it was going to benefit the people in Leon Valley, the firemen. And I want to thank Mr. Mata for bringing up my veteran status. Yes, I have earned it. I put my life in order so I can do that. But if you go back to your resources, you're going to find out that my veteran status is not being utilized for my taxes. It's not. At this time, it's not. And with that being said, we made a determination to help the city of Leon Valley. And some of us, even Ms. Bolton, had indicated that I'm going to get my taxes raised, and she's willing to do it in order, sir, to push the city forward. Now, the reason I want to stay with this, and I'm going to continue to fight for this, is that we do need the firemen. I talked to the fireman, the chief of fire department in Helotes, and one of the things he told me, he goes, I wish that Helotes would be doing what you guys are doing to put police in there and to put firemen in there. Balcones Heights fired 2 of their fire department, and then it puts them in a bind, which puts us in a bind because they're our sister city, and when they need help, they're going to probably ask us if we can possibly help. And I did talk to the chief about this, and he says, if we have it, we have it. And where I'm going with this is that they're trying to hire police and fire department in Balcones Heights, and they cannot get it because they can't afford them anymore after firing the 2 captains. The chief of Helotes said, the best resources you can get for the city is your fire department and your police department. Safety is a big issue. Health is a big issue. Again, I didn't vote for this because I was pressured before the time frame, but because I felt that it was going to benefit our city and our citizens in Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Who's next? Yes, Councilor Heil.
I realize this will not make any difference on my taxes because I am over 65. However, I'm thinking about the young families out there that are trying to survive. It's really tough for people right now. Their health insurance has gone up. Their deductibles on the health insurance have gone up. Their car insurance or house insurance. Food, I don't know how they're feeding their children. I cannot, in good conscience, raise this to 0.54. I will vote against it. I have to think of the young people out there who are raising families and trying to put shoes on their kids.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Mersch.
I'm in favor of the 0.54 because I think that we need to have these firefighters because we have not only added subdivisions in the past without adding any firefighters, but now we have 3 new subdivisions coming on board, and those families expect fire coverage the minute they move in. We don't have time to wait till their tax dollars hit our revenue. I think the reason that we didn't talk about adding any personnel when we were talking about our 0.51 rate was because we were trying not to cut personnel. We were cutting everything. I think that Dr. Caldera did an amazing job with cutting every bit of fat there was in the budget, even to the extent of you're cutting into the meat here. But I think even if the SB 10 didn't come to pass, it made us realize that we have to get out of the hole that we're in, and we're not going to get out of it by staying at that 0.515 tax rate. I think we need to get firefighters on board now because we have needs here, and I agree with the coverage from other cities. And I've heard personally from citizens who are very disappointed that Leon Valley can't respond to their EMS calls or their fire calls, and it's San Antonio that's coming because we don't have enough firefighters. So I know that it's a hard pill to swallow, but everybody seemed to swallow the let's cut our tax rate by this much a couple years ago with that short-sightedness of not realizing what are the implications as your personal expenses are getting bigger, but so are the cities. So we have to take care of the city's responsibilities to all of our citizens, and it's going to be hard for everybody, for the families, for the cities. So I think we're doing an incredible effort in cutting where we can cut, but I think we've gone way too long without having adequate number of fire personnel, and we've got to make the step up so that we can deal with all of these new families and subdivisions that are coming on board.
In 3 to 5 years.
But we have
It's not
people
this year.
living in Senna right now, and we have people living in Trilogy right now.
17
So
houses? Okay. Go
there's
ahead.
people in
Yeah, I
the.
understand. There's just not gonna, the main one is the big one with the 350. That's not gonna come up for a while.
One of the
Yes,
reasons
go
why I
ahead.
decided to run for city council was because in 2019, my neighbor caught my house on fire. His house burnt completely to the ground. It took Leon Valley 13 minutes to get a mile because of the dispatch, because of the phone, everything that goes on with the city. There were 2 other fire departments that were at my home before Leon Valley got there. So yes, I am working 2 jobs to pay for my family, and I'm willing to give more money because it matters. All it takes is one thing to happen, and we don't have the people to take care of our citizens, and the value's there. I mean, how much is your home, your family worth to you? Yes, I'm struggling, man. I got it. I understand. I don't want my taxes to go up. It was so nice when they lowered them a couple years ago, and I thought it went down $2,000. I mean, it was phenomenal. I get it. But what happens when it's your house on fire, your child, your husband who's had a heart attack, and they don't have enough people? What if somebody gets sick? It matters. You gotta look at the big picture. I understand how hard it is on everyone. I really do.
Okay, Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So it is a tough decision. And Mr. Mata, you can mouth all you want. But I'm going to tell you that I think this is the right thing to do. It's not like we're adding frivolous overhead to the city. It is essential services. Public safety is what's at stake here. We're behind on our manning of our fighters, and the study has told us that. But when are we going to do it? Yeah, the decision was escalated because of the state issue, but the state's not going to let this go. It's going to
come back in 2 years.
It's
Yeah,
going to come
I
back.
know it will.
And then we're going to be behind and saying, oh, we should have done it prior to this restriction, because at one point this SB, I don't know what the bill number was, but it said, well, public safety was exempt from this calculation. And then somebody struck it, okay? And it's kind of like, uh-oh. But I think it brought to the forefront of my colleagues here, we need to address the public safety aspect. We have a new citizen that joined, that lives in Senna, that said, hey, they're willing to pay the additional because it matters. Public safety, the fire department, it matters. And I believe it does matter. And I tell you what, regardless of whether I'm 65, my home appreciates probably faster as everybody's, and I'm willing to pay the difference out of my pocket, okay? So whether my rate is frozen, I'm going to pay it. And I've already calculated out what it is for me. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we know where this is going. Couple of concerns. If you read the paper this week, I think I did, finding emergency personnel people is very difficult to come by. That's why we've had vacancies in the police department, and Northside Independent School District just said they can't, I think they have to hire 47 police officers or something due to some state law that they can't find people. So
On each campus at all
yeah,
times.
exactly, and that's the new law. So, I mean, we'll add it to the budget, but let's just see, I think our reserve fund will grow because of that, but that's okay. We don't have an ambulance yet, so, and that's why I asked the manager, when is it coming in? She said, well, we don't know. It should be the end of the year, but it could be the next. So, I mean, we can add these, but I know we need the ambulance as well. 6 cents, I don't know. It's just, that's an awful lot of increase, and when we did the 5-cent increase, it was by a vote of the people. So I feel a lot more comfortable about that. But I understand where y'all are coming from, and I respect your decision, and if that's the will of the council, then we'll go forward on it. So, yes.
One of the things to keep in mind, the new homes that are being built in Seneca and Trilogy, and I'm sure the ones that are being built in the other areas, they're all over $380,000. So that's double what we're estimating the average house is. And I actually stopped in a couple, Senna and Trilogy, and asked them how much the houses were, and they told me how much they are. That's where they start.
Yeah, and then are they all sprinkled, Chief?
No, they're not sprinkled.
Okay, as I know, that was an issue, so.
Sprinkler system.
Sprinkled.
Yeah.
Well, I meant, sprinkles, yeah, sprinkled inside. I thought we had to do one subdivision like that.
Firewall, we had to put firewalls in between.
Okay,
but they didn't
firewalls,
sprinkle.
because of the, yeah. Yes, Counselor Campos.
So keep in mind, this is, a year from now, we're going to go through the same exercise. If the rate is too high, we can always lower it, because maybe additional valued homes come in and add to our taxable value, okay? And we can lower the rate. But right now, because we had over a $40 million decrease in property values, the majority of it being apartment complexes, we need to do something. And so keep in mind, two pennies were added just for the no new revenue rate, and we still couldn't balance our budget, even with the drastic cuts that we made. So we added another penny, okay? And then we were good with that. But then we started with the SB discussion. Then it started coming to the forefront of our mind, what about the firefighters? When are we going to take care of that?
Okay, very good.
Mayor, I just want to clarify a
Yes.
couple of things. So adding the firefighters isn't going to staff a whole other ambulance. It's one firefighter per shift. So I want to make that clear, because I don't want there to be any false narratives out there that this is going to put another truck on duty. This will help us keep our minimum staffing levels where they need to be. That's where we're at. I don't want people to think we're staffing a whole other engine. You're not staffing another engine. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
But you need firefighters for the ambulance, but the ambulance won't be here till another.
No, what I'm saying is adding the 3 firefighters isn't going to staff that, whether you have that ambulance or not. They're one per shift. So whether that ambulance is here for a replacement, it's not here to add to your fleet. So
one of our ambulances is going to go away?
It's already falling apart, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was in addition to.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It's a replacement. It's a replacement.
All right. Anything else?
No, I just wanted to clarify, because I don't want people to think we have an additional vehicle that's going to be responding to calls. That's not what this would do.
We still have to rely upon mutual aid.
You would still have, yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
I mean, I'm not going to say adding these 3 fires, solving your staffing issues. You're absolutely right. There is a shortage of paramedics out in the nation. That's been in every paper. You can Google it. We've ran too short, but we've been fully staffed for the majority of this year. We're down 1 right now, but we have one that's starting in 2 weeks. So we'll be fully staffed again. And so we do go in ebbs and flows. The police department is a different story. Everybody is facing national police. I think overall city of San Antonio is like 30,000 short or something crazy.
It's
and
great,
so
yeah.
that's but that's not what the discussion is here this evening. The discussion was adding the 3 firefighters. And so I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't want people to think we're adding a completely new shift in fleet. That's not what this would accomplish.
Okay, very good. Anything else? One more thing. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Bolton.
And then maybe it's just me. I'm looking and I'm seeing the positions that, instead of doing it all at once, is it possible to do some of it this year? And y'all were talking that we can visit again next year, to where it's not all at once. We just do it in a smaller increment instead of 6 cents all at one time.
We can do anything.
I mean, at
this
least
body
we're
can do whatever it
addressing-
wants. So
we're,
if you can,
we're addressing it. Yes, we need firefighters. We can get what if we raise it.
if you go 0.52
Yes.
instead of 5.25, then you get one
full-time
extra.
firefighter,
Yeah.
EMT, and then the next year, we
Yeah.
need to do this, but maybe not all at one time. Maybe that would be easier.
It's called compromise.
I'm trying,
That's
man.
what I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can go.
But
exactly.
I'm asking the other council members,
Mhm.
you know.
You can handle
maybe
that.
I'd rather go up 1 more penny than 6 cents. I mean, I'd rather only go
That's what I'm saying.
whatever. I
Maybe
mean,
we need to
personally,
find a
because I think
compromise.
it's a lot for these young family.
I
mean,
I
the thing
agree.
is, I mean, at the end of the year, I think Betty, Counselor Howell, you said something about health insurance. Do y'all know that at the end of the year, if you're on the Affordable Care Act, your subsidy is going away? And I got a directive from Congressman Castro. Those bills are going to increase, or those premiums are going to increase 75%. I don't know how people are going to afford health insurance. I really don't.
They won't.
You know, I mean, they're just going to go without. So that's what I'm saying. It's just kind of a global thing. I just don't feel, this economy doesn't feel right. I mean, but anyway, I appreciate that. I would much rather see us go up 1 penny than, one, instead of anyway, but that's just my.
Good suggestion.
I don't know about you. Yes, Counselor Campos.
So if, Dr. Caldera or the chief, how, by adding 1 firefighter, how does that help our situation?
I mean, you're just adding 1 to an additional shift. So you're staffing 1 and you just do it over increments. I mean, that's all it's doing. I mean, it'll help that 1 shift we put that extra firefighter on. I mean.
And would that be of a benefit?
I mean, yeah, of course, you're increasing 1. I mean, it's just a matter of what you're trying to accomplish. 3 gets all the shifts, 1 extra firefighter, because we don't operate on 1 shift at a time.
3
So that's just so you're just adding 1 to 1 of the shifts. And so if we have somebody out on FMLA or workers' comp, then that's where we would move that firefighter to. So again, it's just one of those things in which how you want to do it. Again, the methodology in which you want to handle the addition of personnel is completely up to this body. I don't really have a recommendation. I presented y'all a budget that didn't have any additional personnel. But the question was asked to me whether or not we need firemen. Yes, we need firemen. That's been provided to y'all in a study. You've had residents come and tell you they wanted more firemen when we were going to address that issue. The only way to do that in this budget is to increase the tax rate. And if you're going to do 3, then it is at 0.54.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Roscoe.
Mayor, we're going to beat this to death here. Like Mr. Campos indicated, next year, whoever the council is next year is going to have to tackle this again. They're going to be going through this. They're going to evaluate what transpired through the whole year. It's going to be, we could have, should have, would have, we've done it. We vocalized our opinions. We start compromising all this. And then at the end of the middle of the year, we're going to say, oh, wow, you know what, we really need that police officer or fire department because 2 of them got sick or got hurt on the job, and we really can't do our job without having another person in there. If we start bringing up, we already beat this to death. Let the next council people evaluate what we've done. If they feel that it needs to go lower, they'll do it lower. At this time, I'm just going to keep it like that.
Okay. Counselor Marsh.
I'm still in favor of the 0.54. I think that it makes so much sense to add 1 to each shift and to bite the bullet and to take the step, because we're going to still have ebbs and ties where we lose a firefighter and then have to fill another position. But if we kind of start out with the hope that we have 1 for each shift that we're adding to our complement, I think that just makes sense. And I agree that if things change, if our home appraisals go up more, whether our revenue increases, we can back down and do a cut or whatever and go back to a lower tax rate. But I don't think you would see any substantial benefit by only hiring 1 firefighter. From a person who's managed shifts and whatever, it's like that doesn't add a lot, because inevitably that person's going to be on the wrong shift or whatever. So I'm still in favor of the 0.545.
Okay. Anyone else?
So
Okay.
your public hearing one is over, so you would move on to reading the next one, Mayor, which is approval of the budget. And then you can have further discussion if you want to talk about other stuff in the budget. And then if not, then you would,
I would like to, I know we used to have it, Vicki used to always give it to
it
us.
is, it's in front of you.
No, I understand that. I don't, that's not what I was going to ask you, or make a statement. Anyway, Vicki always gave us the property tax rate for all of the suburban cities. I'd like to see whatever, wherever we end up tonight, how we compare with the rest of our suburban cities. If you would get that to us, I'd appreciate that. All right. 10.5, discussion and possible action on an ordinance approving and adopting fiscal year 25-26 budget and associated capital acquisition plan. This is our second read, and we are able to vote on this tonight. Is there a motion?
Yeah, so we've been reading the budget since March. So technically, yes, 6.3 was your first read that we had a tax rate amount in the budget. But we've read it, I don't know, 10 times at this point. I've lost count.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move to adopt the ordinance approving the budgets and associated capital acquisition plans for the city of Leon Valley, Texas for the fiscal year 2026.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the ordinance adopting the fiscal year 25-26 budget and associated capital acquisition plan at the .54 tax rate. I just want that on the record. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, very good. Any further discussion? Let's take a
Recorded vote.
recorded vote, please.
Council Place 1, Ms. Bolton.
Yes.
Council Place 2, Ms. Heil.
No.
Council Place 3, Mr. Campos.
Yes.
Council Place 4, Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Council Place 5, Ms. Mersch.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. Thank you. Moving then to 10.6, discussion and possible action on a resolution ratifying the fiscal year 26 budget. We have Carol. Are
Yeah,
you gonna?
there's not a presentation, it's just ratifying the budget. It's
All right,
administrative.
so I need someone to make this motion and a second, and then we have a recorded vote. Go ahead, Mr. Campos.
I'll make the motion. I move to adopt the resolution ratifying the fiscal year 2026 budget that will raise total property taxes,
Raise more.
raise more property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $420,118 or 7.36%. And of that amount, $29,747 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax rolls this year.
I second it.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Mersch to adopt the budget ratification as read, and this is a recorded vote.
Council Place 1, Ms. Bolton. Yes. Council Place 2, Ms. Heil.
No.
Council Place 3, Mr. Campos.
Yes.
Council Place 4, Mr. Orozco.
Yes.
Council Place 5, Ms. Mersch.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. Agenda item number 7, conduct a public hearing on, and this is on the City of Leon Valley on the proposed 2025 tax rate of .54. And so let me open up the public hearing at 9:27 and see if there's anyone in the chambers that would like to discuss this. Mr. Mata?
I'll say this, and I don't mean it as a threat. You know what a group of citizens did when we came together, and we will act on this. This is despicable, and you know it. Totally despicable. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You guys care more about representing government bureaucracy than you do the people, and you will pay for it. We'll make sure of that.
Okay, yes, Mr. Yarnell.
Good evening. I'm way behind on the education of this. I don't, this is by law we have to do it this way?
Yes.
Wow. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on here. You keep doing the same thing over and over, it seems like.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that
Just
wonderful?
to make sure we give notice, everybody has enough time to speak.
Okay. Wow, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yarnell. Okay, anyone else? I'll close the public hearing at 9:28. There's no vote. Because we have to have two reads, let me read number 8. Presentation and discussion on an ordinance approving and adopting the tax year 2025 tax rate for the maintenance operation of 0.497818 and the interest and sinking fund at 0.047222 for a total tax rate of 0.545040. This is the first read as required by city charter. We're not going to have a vote, but we will have a second meeting this coming Saturday, September the 20th at 9 a.m. here in these chambers to have a second read and adopt the 0.54 tax rate as the council 541 has approved. And is there any comment on number 8? I've had to read it, but that's it. Okay. Very good. Okay, well, thank you to Carol, and I know how many times have you done the budget and changed it and all this other stuff, and Dr. Caldera, so thank you so much. It's been, like I said, a very challenging budget this year. Starting in the hole for 1.3 million, and now we're, got extra money for firefighters, so. Okay, then we're gonna move back then to 10.2, let me read that. Presentation, discussion, and possible action authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement between the City of Leon Valley, Texas and Synergy Brothers, LLC for incentives related to the redevelopment of the property located at 6802 Bandera Road or in an amount not to exceed $150,000 from the Economic and Community Development Department project funding line item and Planning and Zoning Department permitting fee waivers. We have Roque Salinas, I'm sorry, we have
Read the wrong one. You're supposed to read the executive session one first. But I mean, we don't do the presentation first. We got to go back there first. You have to do an executive session first on this item.
Okay, sorry.
No, not a problem.
Didn't mean to, it's all kind of combobulated here tonight.
I just didn't want to
so.
interrupt you either.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I was reading so well, wasn't I? I mean, golly. Gee, Lee, I can read. Yay. No. Okay. Excuse me. My apologies. Thank you for correcting me. 4.2, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 551. See, I'd already read this. So I guess that's why I didn't think I had to read it again. I had already read it, so I'll read it again. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations regarding an agreement with Synergy Brothers, LLC. And at this time, 9:31, we will move to executive session. And then when we come out, we are able to take a vote. That's going to be on 10.2. So I'm not sure if y'all want to stay, but anyway, I just want to let you know we're going into executive session at 10:37. So, no, 10:32, excuse me. 10:32. Can you tell I'm tired? Excuse me.
Thank you, Betty. Appreciate you for standing for what's right.
Yeah, I give her credit.
Sorry about that. I wasn't. Oh, you're not weird. And the guy got up and he was over there, and I went, this is a child. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I am. Where's Tiffany? Thank you for being here, we appreciate. Donald. Donald, where's your wife? Where's Tiffany?
Another engagement.
How are we, mister? Good for her.
Oh,
Good for her.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell her. Well, it's good to see you. You can tell her the fireworks that we're going up. Oh, yeah, she's gonna love this.
Oh, she already know.
Oh, no, she has no idea.
She's one of them nosy ones that watch the camera.
Oh, does she watch? She's the other one? Okay. She watches as she's at home. Really? Oh, it's Will, Josh, Eric.
It tells you how many are on there.
I'm telling you right now, I know who's on there.
How many are on there right now?
She's got 6.
I'm one.
You're one?
Yeah.
And usually I'm one, but not now. Okay, so that's, we got 4. Okay, I'm telling you.
I'm right, huh?
Yeah.
It's
Tell her we said hi, and good to see you.
quite a few people watching the camera.
Yeah, well,
Yep. Y'all here.
bye-bye, guys.
Good night.
All right.
I'm supposed to be at home watching.
Got it recorded.
I know.
I got it recorded. I wanna see what everybody's gonna do.
We're gonna go watch it when we get home.
Are you?
Yeah, Philip and I. We watch it.
That everybody that got Leon Valley can have that. Or if he stops being lazy and gets another job.
And say it.
I did it. And it's like, then he said it, I said it, how can it not?
I'm not gonna stay for the rest of the party.
Yeah, I figured. I figured. What's he gonna say for the budget, and I said, here, Amani, I mean, how many times do we have to hear the budget? It's like, has cut more stuff, it's like during the Depression, and they used to butter and flour and milk and egg, and then all of a sudden the Depression took over with flour and maybe a little bit of milk, or forget the milk, just the butter, maybe just the egg, maybe some, you just keep,
You weren't alive during the Depression.
I was brought up with the neighbors that would come over at dinner time. They could smell the bread that was in the window.
You were advertising the bread.
Well, you know, they could tell who had food.
Yes.
And then they would knock on the door, oh, hi, I was just wondering, do you know anything? They would make up and my grandmother would say, sure. As long as her children were fed, and her husband, I heard all these stories from both sides of the fence. That's the way, and what I said was the truth, back then, to get a mortgage on a home. Okay, what is your salary per week? Usually got paid every 2 weeks. What was your salary per week? And that's how they quantified your amount for your month. Right, right. If you were gonna be a good payer and be, you know, not somebody they had to worry about. The longest time going, how can they? People getting married, they go on vacations, and they go on these destination weddings and honeymoons. Then they come back and they buy this big Jordan. And I'm going, how did they do that?
Ours was 21,000.
Wasn't it? 26.
You got a lot more houses than we did.
No, I had the smallest house in Forest Oaks. That was in Seneca, right?
I was on.
Oh,
yeah?
Behind me.
Yeah.
How much?
47. What year?
Really?
Mm-hmm. And 7.
Let's say 79. I was 71. 71, yeah.
So you were in Leon Valley?
Oh, I knew for sure. I never lived in San Antonio. I lived in Balcones Heights.
Well, just because we had a brother, sister-in-law that lived in Forest Oaks, so we didn't know that.
Yeah.
And we moved down here.
My sister-in-law.
Number of people. What do you want out of your city? What do you expect? You expect good fun?
Have their point of view and everything else is wrong.
Well, no, it kind of reminds me of the properties that the two residents, the two families. Monica, and all that, and just like it happened over at Evers Road. I don't want to think about all the time when I signed the paper for the property and to start the bill. That property was overgrown, just like it was up until it was sold. Anybody could have bought it. It's the point of when I saw my plot and I wanted the corner. I wanted to be way up high. I wanted to be right.
We found a house.
Oh, no.
We had a house, we could afford it, that was it.
No, I was in the garage on Forest Way, a corner house. That was Smith. I knew the builder I wanted. I didn't want Baker, I wanted Smith. Did a lot of research, and this is my first home. There's not going to be clay. But the point is that
If you could support the loan.
But yes, if you could support it, and if you were a good risk for the mortgage company or the title company, but what they're not thinking of is, do they, hi Jeff. If you think that inflation's gonna go away, huh? She made it. Hey, Miss seeing you, wondered about you guys. Oh, well, you're gonna
Sneak out.
I did
Okay, all this I got.
No, he was mouthing off, and I said something to him, and he goes, I wasn't talking to you. And I said, well, you're talking out loud. He got up, and he looked over there like a little boy. What's wrong with him? But they're not thinking about the future. They're not thinking about inflation's gonna continue to go up.
And I said, well, I was thinking, I said.
I was wondering why you would go.
Oh, yeah.
I saw him and then he was. It's like a little kid.
A little boy.
Because he didn't want to sit next to.
And this is not a
He
threat.
never misses an opportunity to say something nasty about me. He never does.
You missed. Yeah.
Tonight, you know.
I thought it was real.
It's not a threat.
Yeah, and it's like, excuse me?
And scare tactics.
Yeah. You saw what we did before. Well, yeah, what you did before was because it was wrong. This is just your opinion. You're gonna watch it. You're watching.
Yes, you need to watch.
Yeah, I mean.
Fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
So what do I need to do?
Well, take it from the top. Yeah, well, just, you know, when you get here and you're, well, it's gonna be decided tonight. Weren't the taxes up at 5.4 before Josh took them back down? Right? So, I mean, it's the same, I know, it's the same thing. We're just going back. No, you heard it. No, but you heard what she said. You heard what she said.
She's done, and
She's not asking for an opinion, all I'm saying is what Chris said.
She don't wanna get
But
in
she
trouble.
doesn't
She
want
wants
it to
to-
go
she
back
wants
to six, that seems like a lot. We took it down that much.
I think you need to stay at the fight.
Oh, did they ever get in touch with you, Ray? Get the form out there. Volunteers for the committees?
There might be some.
Is it this application for board?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's
She got
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different, there's different.
Drop it off, or you can do it, I think you can do it online, can't you?
It's not fillable online, but you can email it to Sandra.
That was on tonight's agenda.
Oh, no, I didn't read that part. No, when I got here a little bit late.
Yeah, number 9.4, discussion of possible action on Joshua Stevens from the Donnie Britt to the citizens and to the planning and zoning. Want to proceed, Karen? So you can get an idea. Yeah, because Michelle Ronald is battling cancer. God bless her. And she can't. We have to find out.
So she would be.
Because nobody is in from
They're
Senate.
trying to have
Perfect
different
representation.
subdivisions.
A great way to get your feet wet.
Okay.
There's nobody from over there. Yeah. Okay, well, I will go
So,
ahead and
you're
get this
busy,
done.
I know you're busy, he said. Yeah, he said you were in something else, he said, oh.
But I knew he was here, I thought, you're not gonna leave without.
Yeah, I thought you were coming after First Tiffany. He goes, oh. He's over here doing it, he said, but watch it at home.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, well, I'll fill this out, and, do you have my number?
No, none of us do, we just met you last time 2 weeks ago.
Cause I got a
Yeah, that's the one I introduced you to, right, different when I got.
the number, and then I'll call you.
Okay.
Are too cute. Oh my gosh, I love that. What should I shave you?
We're explosive.
Hey, I love it.
Of course, I'm sure at this point, Eric, thank you for not being a traitor and thinking of it.
But he's texting you?
No, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure it's gonna start.
Okay, y'all, good night.
Good night, babe. You have a blessing.
We'll connect.
Oh my God, what is he coming over to sit next to you, with your company? I'm telling you. Look, you know, he needle people. He needles them. I don't check it, I just hang up on the phone, or I just walk out of the room, or leave alone. Stop acting like a kid. You can afford to buy your daughter a car.
Oh, he's fine.
Got a great daughter. Oh boy, oh God, here we go. 1 hour ago. Ready? Change Leon Valley. Okay? Now that Mayor Chris Riley's husband is over 65 years old, 40 years. Tonight, 5 of the 6 council members are frozen at the tax ceiling, will be unaffected by the change. One of the council members, Councilman Orozco, pays 0 in property taxes. Combined with the 10% increase in appraisal values, the rate will be increased by an additional 12% for A to 0.54 per $100 of value. So all residential property owners will see an increase in property tax levy of about 20 to 22%. 5 of the 6 council members will experience no change next year, but they want to make sure everyone under 65 years old feels the pain from their recall on the horizon. This is Eric. This is all Eric. Yeah, and then this is what she said, I can't get my mouth shut. She said, instead of trying to help the city work together and do good, you are inciting. come up with something more constructive instead of destructive. Taxes are to repair our over 50-year-old infrastructure that is failing. It's to fix the city. You've exaggerated the numbers as usual. The Change Leon Valley group always wants for themselves and not for the community. Jesse James.
Is that on Facebook?
Yeah, it's the Leon, it's the, here, look that up. Look that up.
Yeah.
The Change Leon Valley, Crystal, are you looking it up? The Change Leon Valley project.
Realize, do they think that inflation is going away? That prices are going to get cheaper? So they think that inflation is not going to bother them, but they want to keep this low thing. And it's not going to be more costly next year and the year after to do the things that we need to get done.
So Lynn was watching the meeting. Because I told her, and she said something, and I said, I can't talk, I gotta take a shower, I'm dirty. My next door neighbor, why'd she write something too? Are you still there? Yeah.
Oh, you're not.
Yeah, so Eric can start attacking me.
Oh, I haven't talked, he calls me and he goes, hey, what's up, haven't talked to you for, I said, what do you want? Well, have you heard, and I said,
get what I know out of you, so you can call somebody else, get what they got, then call another person. Oh, yeah, you're right, you know, maybe do it. Yeah. So they alternate, it can be either. Then we want people coming. Are you crying?
Yes.
No.
I haven't cried in a long time, but maybe I should.
Oh, I know, it's changed the reality now, Regis. Yeah.
You were really gonna be halfway
I apologize for the late night, guys, but we've gotten it done, so. Let's go, Roque.
I didn't realize y'all were here for this agenda item. Nobody told me.
Well, they left to go eat, and then they came back, so.
Okay.
Did you have Little Caesar's pizza?
I should have brought some.
You, for your enjoyment.
Oh, yeah, I enjoyed your Indian restaurant. I've been here before.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It was good
that's
to eat
fairly
there.
new.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, we are back from executive session at
The change in the
10:02. And then we'll move to Take action on 10.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement between the City of Leon Valley, Texas and Synergy Brothers LLC for incentives related to the redevelopment of the property located at 6802 Bandera Road in an amount not to exceed $150,000 from the Economic and Community Development Department project funding line item and Planning and Zoning Department permitting fee waivers. There it was, where it came from. And Mr. Salinas, if you'll continue, I'd appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this project is to redevelop the old Wiki Asian restaurant, which was once a Burger King, which was once a something else. There's a whole bunch of restaurants. China Bowl, and make it into a Little Caesars and a multi-tenant building on the corner of Poss and Bandera Road. So this is the current building, and it currently is more proactive to make sure that buildings get redeveloped. This is a good opportunity for us to rebuild this building and get rid of a building that was built in 1985. So it's going on, 40 years, and so we want to make sure that get a new modern building to it. Property sits on an acre. The footprint currently is about 4,200 square feet. And the current developers want to keep it at about that size, and so they don't expect to get too much bigger than what it is right now. They have other properties in the area, and so this is an example of what that property looks like. This is the one on Marbach. There you go. I finally got it right tonight. Marbach, right? And so the concept would be to have up to three businesses, maybe. This is flexible, but the anchor would be a Little Caesars. They would have to recruit the other businesses to be in there, so that could be one large business, two smaller businesses, maybe three of them, so it just depends on what they can get out there. The redevelopment of this project is probably $1.6 million. We're covering $150,000 over certain periods where they meet requirements, and so we're basically helping out with about 10% of the cost to get a brand new building and a new space here in Leon Valley. The grant details will go as followed, and so in the first year when they go out there and get permits, they're still required to get permits. They have to get $7,500 worth of permits. We calculated that to be about a new build plus health inspections and certificate of occupancy. $67,000 from economic development over a course of a couple years. It would cost about $27,500 for the demolition building and about $40,000 for the economic development fund, but it would be a cash payment in the amount of $67,500. And so if they go under, they still get the amount of under the $27,500. They still get the full $67,000. If they get a demo company to come in and charge them $40,000, that number is not going to change. They're only going to get $67,500, and it would be over a course of several years or 6 months after a grand opening. And the rest will come from sales tax sharing from the City of Leon Valley and them over a course of probably about 4 years or so. And so the businesses pay sales taxes to the city. We would keep 50% of that, and then we would get it, and every quarter we would write them a check for 50% for them and 50% for us till they hit the $75,000 or until the contract runs out. If they don't get to that $75,000 by the time the contract runs out, then they get what they got, and that's pretty much it. The fiscal impact, you will get a new building in Leon Valley, a new multi-tenant building, so you should see an increase in ad valorem taxes, and you should see an increase in sales taxes with Little Caesars, and hopefully two sales tax businesses. It is the recommendation of the Economic Development Department that you allow the city manager to negotiate and enter into this agreement with the partners so that we do not, but up to $150,000 to not exceed $150,000 for the redevelopment of the property. And I'm here for questions, and so are the developers as well.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. Would you like to introduce the developers to us, please?
Yes.
And if y'all have
Come on
any
this way, guys.
additional questions, comments that you'd like to add to the presentation, we'd love to hear it. Thank you.
This is Sonny and his brother Isaac.
Sonny and Isaac. So you're the Synergy Brothers, LLC. Is that
So
right?
it's actually, yes, it's three brothers.
Oh, three
One brother
brothers.
is at home watching my kids right now.
Oh,
so
okay.
I had to send them off to take care of them.
Okay, well,
10-year-old
very
twin
good.
daughter, so
Oh, my goodness.
I had to make sure
Well,
they were taken care of and ready for
congratulations.
school tomorrow morning.
Well,
But
thank
it's three
you.
brothers. We've been doing business in the San Antonio market for over 20 years at Little
Huh.
Caesars franchisees. We work very well with many other small towns and very good friends with the mayors of other small towns like Converse, Live Oak. We go all the way down south till Pleasanton, Texas as well.
Yeah.
We're very excited to come to Leon Valley, and we appreciate your support on getting this grant for us. We'll produce 25 to 35 jobs, bringing over $700,000 in payroll. But at the end of it all, we see eye to eye with you on beautifying Leon Valley and helping with that and putting a very nice, clean building and taking the old building down. That was
Great.
very
Well, redevelopment is where we're at, so thank you so much for investing in our community.
Thank you so much for
I will
for
see the
being so
mayor
welcoming.
of Live Oak tomorrow, so I'll have to tell her that I
Tell her,
met the
tell her you
Synergy
saw,
brothers.
Yeah, tell her.
Yeah.
Tell her you saw the Punjani brothers.
Punjani brothers.
Mayor Dennis knows us very well.
Yes.
Actually, had dinner with her on Sunday night.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you? Okay, I will let her know that.
Thank you so much.
You bet. All right, are there any questions or comment for our, yes, Counselor Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to welcome you and thank you for your interest in becoming business owners here in Leon Valley.
Absolutely.
Your concept is beautiful. So look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
And I know you'll be getting I may be going through there. I don't know if it's a drive-through or
We'll
go
have a
in.
drive-through there
Okay,
for you.
but I intend to be over there. My wife's over there, and so she knows, okay, we're gonna be taking pizza from your business. So thank
Absolutely.
you
Hopefully,
again.
we'll be the official pizza of Leon Valley
All
by
right.
the time we open up. Yeah.
Okay. And, we look forward to seeing what other businesses will go into
Absolutely.
your new building as well.
Yeah,
So,
we've got some good interest, so we'll see
Okay.
what we can get in there.
Very good.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. So if there's no questions for our applicants tonight, may I have a motion? Yes.
Mayor, I'd
Mr.
like
Campos.
to make a motion to pass as presented on the 360 agreement with Synergy Brothers LLC.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Heil to authorize the city manager to negotiate the 380 agreement as we've discussed in open session and in executive session as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mayor Council.
Appreciate it. All right, moving then to agenda item number 11, request from members of City Council to add items to future agenda. Is there anyone that would like to add anything? I just wanted, again, I'm still getting, I don't know where we and I'm tired, and I'm so sorry, the oak wilt dead tree issue, so I don't know, manager.
So I put it on your pipeline. We're scheduled for, I think it's on the October 21st.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Didn't see that. I did not have a chance to look at that. And the second thing is that I met with the Earthwise, I'm on the Earthwise Living Committee, and so I know we would like to add a future budget adjustment.
Yeah, whenever y'all decide that, we can add that anytime. So I'll let the committee direct me when they're ready for that budget adjustment.
Okay, well, I guess it'll be, when is the deadline?
It doesn't matter. There's no deadline. That's what I'm saying. So whenever the committee decides on whatever dollar amount they want to come and request for the council, we can add it to the agenda. It's a budget, it just has to happen after October 1.
Yeah.
Anytime after October 1.
Right, so I
It
think
could
they
be
meet
November,
the
December.
second Wednesday, so maybe after that.
It
And
could-
I guess
yeah.
we'll know
It could be
how much we
November, it
want.
could be December, it could be whenever y'all, it doesn't matter.
But
doesn't have to be done right
But the
away.
committee can't spend money without the budget adjustment, right?
They can spend what the council has authorized them to spend, which is
Yeah.
the 5,200. So anything over that, we need to come
Well,
for a
that's
budget adjustment.
I know that's what we discussed, is to have additional money to the budget.
Right, so at their next meeting or whenever they make that decision, whether it's in October, November, December, we can always come and ask for, but what I'm saying is you don't have a timeline, you're flexible on when you ask for that money.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the chair over there, so I think we'd probably would rather have it sooner rather than later, just so we can make plans.
Yeah.
So know what our budget's going to be. Yes, go
So
ahead.
if
Counselor Campos.
Crystal Miranda could run down the budget and anticipated cost. What was of interest to me when I looked at the information from my colleagues, and I don't know, since it's not on the agenda, I don't want
Sure.
to discuss it, but I think it's important to understand how they receive revenue, and then there's maybe money left over through their fundraising. And I think that's how we came up with the $5,000 last year, and we cut in half, to 2,500. But to see how they do this, it's kind of, it kind of puts them at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I just, like I said, whenever they decide what they're gonna actually spend, so if they do that at their September meeting, then we'll bring
October.
that, I'm sorry,
October
October meeting. What are we in right now? September?
September, we already had
Okay,
our
I'm
September meeting,
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry, my months are merging. So when they have their October meeting, they decide what they wanna ask, I'll bring that all to y'all.
Because I don't think they can have George Strait committed without that.
Yeah.
He has a good point, yeah, because I don't know how they made money on the money that we lent them, but we didn't get it back, and the money that they made. So that's a good point, Campos.
Because, that can be discussed.
It will. I just need to know what they want first, and then I'll bring that all to y'all.
Okay. It's always a challenge. 10:14, move to adjourn without objection. Y'all have a good evening. We'll see you, well, I guess National Night Out, right? No, we'll see you Saturday, right, but I'm saying the next meeting.
The mics are on, so watch what you're
Yeah.
saying. Seriously. So.
You got your brain.
I do, sir. It's like the pension, right? This is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Definitely will go, sir. Take the Uber down there.
So we can order bags with what we have after the budget is official at the beginning of October. It's for anything else that we need the extra money, depending on what we get for sponsorships.
Correct.
But if they're gonna ask
careful.
Tiger for their 4th of July money and we're spending it on the brush picker.
Yeah, right.
They're dipping into ours.
Yeah.